created these characters.
And the funny thing is, he probably used that quote of yours. It's like, no, it ain't about Spider-Man. It's about Peter Parker.
Oh no, he totally. And that was, but that mindset was the whole problem with comic book movies. They're like these characters. There was no, people did not realize, and I think like Brian certainly did. And the thing about Blade is halfway between, a techno rave rock and roll movie, like a rock opera. It's halfway between the Who's Tommy and a hammered Dracula movie.
Well, he's definitely not making a comic book movie. He's making an action horror movie.
Yeah. But
he's doing a hybrid in that sense of the way.
They couldn't wrap their minds around the fact like Christopher Nolan realized, and I think that this is interesting that you had both. You had Bryan Singer and Christopher Nolan. You had the Batman Begins and Superman Returns, and Bryan came off when he did X-Men. He's like, look, I want to set this movie in the real world, and yet he still has Toad, and he still has Sabretooth. But in his mind, because we know him, we can say this, he was trying to ground all of this and make the characters believable because he saw that the animated series tried to do that too.
Right.
The animated series was trying to set these characters. The world had physics. Mutant powers it was grounded. They didn't just, you're a superhero, so you could just do whatever
you can do anything.
Wanted.
Yeah.
And so with video game movies, I think there was the same prejudice. Like, we don't need to make physics work. Like, even in the first Mortal Kombat movie, we can do whatever we want. It's a video game. And at least when Paul Anderson was doing the Resident Evil movies, he tried to turn them into, he's like, okay, we have zombies. We know what the zombie world is, but I do like the super science of it all and the Umbrella Corporation. So we can add, and it moved into the sort of fallen world, the Mad Max thing as it moved along.
Sure,
but at least like,
but then it got like ridiculous because then you have literal giants. And it's like, where did they come from?
In the game, though, the game.
It was like they're in the game, but there's no explanation of them in the game,
right? No,
or in the fucking movies. He just didn't care.
Right, they were just like somehow
Now there's giants as well, giant zombie evil marauder thingies. Yeah.
Well, and then you had other things that were infecting this stuff, which was like the Attack on Titan anime series, where suddenly
that was really incredible, and the live action ones are really amazing.
But the thing about it was that anime, which a lot of these video games were made in Japan.
Sure.
So you had the infusion of the anime sensibility into these video games. I mean, what is Mario Brothers? It was all Nintendo and all that. So a lot of these video game worlds were anime influenced, which we still in this country don't get. I mean,
for the most part, the funny thing is I started watching look, guys, it was before it wasn't before my time. It just wasn't of my time when I was watching this stuff. My anime knowledge is practically nil. But
what about stuff like Vampire Hunter D
no, never,
or episodes of Bible Black?
Nope, never. I don't even know what that is. But I watched Wicked City.
Wicked City was great.
That was great. I liked that, but it didn't make me want to like deep dive into it. It's funny, but a couple weeks ago I started watching. There's one on HBO called Ninja something. I forget what. But it was.
Dude, anything with ninjas is good.
That's what made me want to watch it.
Yeah, my boy.
Ninjas. Dude, I dusted off my Ninja Assassin, and I'm still like that opening thing, and they got Sho Kosugi in it. They did Ninja Assassin right. It's a much underappreciated fucking movie, I think. Ninja Assassin. I'm standing by it, Rob. I'm standing by it. You can stand by Speed Racer, which I also rewatched recently as well, which is basically watching a video game in a crazy way. And in some ways, quickly, little side quest here. Speed Racer is of its day what Dick Tracy was of its day.
Yes.
And now, by the way, they're both charming and valid and wonderful.
I don't know what has it says our stream finished. I did not stop this stream.
Let me see. Let me go
Uh,
online and see if I can see if this is done or not. Wow.
uh,
Goodness.
uh, because of I'll tell you why. It says stream finished. Uh, wow, this is really frustrating. Hang on a second. We are.
No, it does say it does say it's live still.
Oh,
It's but it's still only members only.
wow.
But it also said this is the weird thing too. I just brought up the window, YouTube. It says started 5 minutes ago.
Well, there you go. If I publish this, see,
So
it
I don't
says
know.
it's
Maybe
the visibility. Oh wait, on. Let's do that. Let's save that.
I mean, it definitely says that we're still live, but the thing is, it says members only. It says become a member, and it says it started 5 minutes ago. So I guess that's just a weird setting. Yeah, you're still. Sorry, guys. Oh, wait. And then there is this thing streamed 6 minutes ago. Yeah, 89 views streamed 1 hour ago.
Great. Well, let's see.
Yeah, it streamed for an hour and then cut you off and then cut us off.
Really? So are we no longer live?
But now it says, but they're fucking with you because then it. I mean, can you see the chat? I mean, I think other people have to tell you because I can't get on.
All I can say is,
well, we can still talk about stuff.
I can see the comments. Switch on.
Okay. Glad that we could be the test.
It's so weird. I don't understand this bizarreness. This weird. We're still on.
Okay.
It's
just maybe it just records in hour segments and then breaks it up and then starts again. I
have no idea.
Lucky you. I don't know. Going. You're gonna have to call YouTube and have a stern talking with them.
I know. Every people like telling me what to do. I know how to. But the thing is, this was never supposed to be a private. I did not. If you want to make this a member stream, you have to set it up as a member stream. This show has never been a member stream. I use the same. This was not good.
Rob's like fresh fish from the Shawshank Redemption. This was never supposed to happen. You don't understand.
I want my mother.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Yeah, you'll fit right in. What are you gonna do? So we can just keep going.
So let's talk about. So I had a video game experience, Rob.
Really, Dave? What kind of experience was that?
Well, unfortunately, not a good one. I mean, I think people know, and I don't talk about it much because I don't care what anyone says, and I know the guy has come back into the world, and he talks about it, and he's like, "Oh, it's sold out in Germany and stuff," and I don't get a fucking dime. I don't get. For some reason, I didn't even get foreign levies on that fucking movie, and he claims that movie makes at least $50,000 a year.
Wait a minute,
and
run this by me one more time.
I don't get nothing. I get nothing from that movie.
From which movie?
House of the Dead. So back in the day, this would be 1999, 2000. When Rob, me, and a lot of the group that was involved with Free Enterprise and these people that we know and everything were hanging out regularly, we did this. We would get together at one friend's place, Steve Melching's, and it wasn't, and it was like we were showing our movies. And I had my very first movie, which was a zombie thing, Dead Hate the Living, which is basically it's the cheaper horror version of in Free Enterprise in a way. Sort of, not as good. It's
thanks,
really
Dave.
not good. It's a chore and a half to get through. There's some moments here and there, but boy, you're gonna be like a coal miner, like digging to find the little gems that are there. But we showed it, and the thing that was horrifying was they were showing not Mike Hurst, but his brother's first movie. Hurst's brother's movie about a bank heist.
Oh, the New Blood or something.
New Blood or something like that, yeah. And it had people in it and everything else. And
I
it was
remember
like,
that day. I was there.
And it's of course you were there. And it was a much bigger movie than mine. So of course they watched that first, to my horror, because I'm like, oh God, they're gonna follow mine up with this. This is gonna be like, and it didn't really go over that well. I mean, it was nicely made, but it
didn't go over that well.
It didn't go over that well. And then somehow crazily mine did go over really well with the crowd. Maybe they had enough booze to drink or whatever. At least it was, I don't know. But anyway, at that gathering was Mark Altman, who said, hey, we just got the rights to House of the Dead, the video game. We'd love to talk to you about it. And I'm like, oh, this is great. Which became this whole thing where I met with him and Dan Bates to talk about writing House of the Dead. And I was a fan of the video game. And then I get there and the first thing they said is, well, we don't want to do the game. Typical Hollywood fucking producer bullshit. Well, we don't want to do the game because they were so afraid of that it was too close to Resident Evil and what Paul Anderson was doing. Which, of course, had nothing to do with the video game of Resident Evil. So it's like, okay, so you just want to do a zombie movie. It's like, yeah, but we want to do it on an island. Wouldn't it be great if we were making this movie in Hawaii or something? Wouldn't it be great? Or like we're all there. It's like, yeah, because you always bring the writer with you when you make the movie. I know how you guys are. So anyway, I read a draft. Admittedly, it's probably not very good. It's got a decent sort of spine. We come up with stuff. I came up with setting in, they wanted young people and everything. All the things that are in it they wanted. But I came up with the idea of a rave. That was me. The basic characters.
By the way, Dave, can you see the chat now?
No, I can't. I cannot. I can't.
But it's public, isn't it?
Well, I don't have the live feed on. I'm here. Let me try to bring.
I think you can. You can see the live.
Sorry, guys. Let me try this because it wasn't, unless you didn't tell me last I tried. It was still members only, so I couldn't get through. Oh. Anyway, so to make a long story short, it was a really okay. Hold on. Yay! I can see it now. Hey, there we go. Awesome. Welcome all 55 of you, which
Welcome,
should have been
children.
Which should have been 3,000.
Peace in the light.
Anyway, so it was a really bad experience. I write this movie. I write the first draft. Admittedly, I don't think it's that great. It's a first draft. It's rough and stuff like that. I'm waiting for Mark Altman to give me notes, and I don't hear anything. And then instead of getting notes, I get Mark Altman's draft. He rewrote it himself. He put in all the movie references, which is something I didn't want to do because I just done Dead Hate the Living. And he put all these Romero things in, and I didn't want any of that stuff in there. And I went in, and look, I'm nobody. And I went in and I said, you've got the wrong guy. I think it was like, I'm not the right guy for this because what you want to make and what we talked about is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wasted my time and had me for no extra money do another draft of my script, which was better, incorporating some of their notes, but not good. And it's not the video game. And the thing is, fine, The script is the script, and there was stuff in there. It was a lot of action. And look, I wasn't I wasn't a good enough writer. I don't think Mark was either. But that was then. This is now. You learn things, and look, he's just trying to make a living. He's trying to make shit. Whatever. It's like I don't care at this point. It's like, hey, I don't have any skin in the game anymore. But then they made the movie, and I didn't know who Uwe Boll was, but it was like, they dangled the carrot of like, well, maybe you'll get to direct it. And then they were like, this guy came in with the money. So it was like,
but
okay.
I've worked with Mark. Mark didn't play video games. He wasn't a gamer. He probably never played House of the Dead.
He loved the fact that he loved. I joked about this. I joked about calling Jurgen Prochnow Captain Kirk, and he fucking jizzed all over himself.
Well, that is the problem with what people. This is so funny. The translation of this material, people take video games incredibly seriously, and for
I
people,
know, and I wanted to do the video game, but he did like, we can't have anything like the video game because Resident Evil, it's too close to that. I'm like.
Well, again, that kind of thinking is what makes every franchise. It fucks every franchise up. That is the wrong thinking. The thinking should be like, okay, we bought this franchise. How can we translate it into whatever medium we're translating it into? And we've had to suffer through. It's like people right now with Star Trek. If I can bring Star Trek up, the people that are making Star Trek right now don't want to make Star Trek.
Oh wait,
and video game franchises.
You can't bring up Star Trek yet because we got to talk about it in a little bit.
Well, there were a lot of Star Trek video games, by the way,
which I've never played. Dieter's here. I wonder if Dieter, who he affectionately calls himself the Trash Panda. Does even Dieter like House of the Dead? Now there would be the real litmus test.
Look, here's the thing about Dieter. We call him the Trash Panda,
but he's not.
Dieter will tell you there's good trash and there's bad trash.
And then there's Uwe Boll trash. I know.
Uwe Boll, who's another fellow German.
But the funny thing is, the thing is this, guys, you have no idea. It's like, so House of the Dead gets made. House of the Dead gets made as a film by Uwe Boll. Lionsgate picks it up and they put it out in theaters. I go opening night in Burbank to the Burbank 16. It is sold out. The show is sold out. I'm sitting in this aisle. And I've already seen the movie. And and I know how bad it is. But it's like, I had friends, I had Jeff Burr and other people like go, you have to go. It's opening your movie in theaters. And it's like, and I sat there and I watched half the audience walk out. That's House of the Dead for me. It's awful. And I never saw House of the Dead 2, even though Mark used characters that I created from House of the Dead 1, and I never got paid a cent for it. Ellie Cornell's character is the same character, and I never got any, and I came up with that character. I never got paid for any of that.
Hey, Free Enterprise has been out of print since 2006.
Right.
I've never made one dime from that movie. But I directed it, co-wrote it, and edited the film.
And the thing is, it's like I let it get to me. I let the House of the Dead thing get to me psychologically really bad.
Oh, I know.
Where I didn't really pursue anything until Hills Run Red came about. I really didn't.
But I just want you to know, I never doubted you.
That was several years until I was like, I have to do something. But I didn't even try after that movie. It was like that movie was the first #1 worst movie. It was the worst movie on the IMDb for a while.
But it wasn't
we beat Plan 9 from Outer Space as the worst movie of all time.
But I think
with it. It's bad.
In terms of what we're discussing, it's the perfect example. And then he went on, Uwe Boll did other, Postal and did other video game adaptations.
The one he did after that was Alone in the Dark.
Yeah, Alone in the Dark. And it was a perfect example of, like, look, everything not you, but as you talked about, the approach to House of the Dead was completely wrong from the get
From
go.
the get-go. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
and what we're seeing now, and that is what has befallen, even the Tomb Raider franchise, which was essentially based on Raiders of the Lost Ark. We can do, and so is in a way Uncharted. And if you want to
Oh, of
look
course.
at, like, I remember thinking, when I talk about the reverse, I remember sitting down. It was after I got divorced, and I was living in this little apartment after I moved out from where I was living on the above
Yeah.
David Starr's house, and we had to leave because they sold the house, and I loved living there, and so I moved in this little apartment, and I remember getting Uncharted. And I'd been married. I'd been with my wife for 8 years, and now truly alone. So no one cared. And I played Uncharted. I put that game in, and I played it from beginning to end. The first Uncharted. I was blown away. It was the first time where I was so invested in the characters. The design of that game was incredible. And at the time, it was pushing the level of graphics. I was so invested. I loved that game. The first Uncharted. I mean, all through Uncharted 4 is what I played, 1 through 4. That game was incredible, and it taught me that video games had reached a point where the design and the characters were just as compelling as movies were. It was the first time where I was playing. I mean, because I played like Seamus and Metroid Prime, and I loved Samanosuke and Onimusha, and I did like games like Devil May Cry and stuff, but they were characters. They weren't. I was not invested in the storytelling. But in Uncharted, I want to say this would have been 2007, 2008, and when I played that game, I'm like, a corner has been turned. And there are other people who talk about, like,
but the funny thing is this, Rob. The funny thing
for
is,
console gaming, PC gaming had reached that point before, but
right, because that was the thing I was going to bring up. Back in the 80s, I played games called King's Quest. Sierra Games made this whole series called King's Quest, which is a real story-based game, along with playing games. They also did Leisure Suit Larry, which was, of course, a little more adult for those.
But this was real time.
No, I know, but those were really fun, though. They
were totally fun, and they did like the 25th anniversary Star Trek games that I was really invested in, but this was like these graphics were approaching live action level. I mean, even back then they weren't live action level, but they were getting there. But the design was
it's scary now.
Yeah, cutscenes. Yeah.
Terrifying now. It's not even cutscenes anymore. I mean, I was looking at things that are coming to video games, and it's crazy. But the thing is, I like not the uncanny valley, but I like the I don't need everything to be like completely real.
That's why I like the Onimusha franchise. I love those. And Samanosuke, I loved all that shit.
But again, things like Ghost of Tsushima, which is just an amazing game to play, and it's coming.
Maybe one of my favorite video games of all time.
And it's being turned into a movie.
Yeah,
it's being turned into a movie. I really like, and these are basically movies for video games. You have things like Until Dawn. You have The Quarry. It's this one company that
Last of Us, in terms of emotional investment in the characters.
Sure, Last of Us, but again, Last of Us to me is a natural progression from Resident Evil in a lot of ways. Red Dead Redemption, as far as Western goes, is just like the open worldness of this stuff. There's one that I loved playing when I first got my PS5, which was Stray, where you play a cat in a futuristic robot world.
Love that. That game was great. It's great.
It's what I like to say. It's the most zen, relaxing game for the most part, because you
was
just
like Ico on PlayStation 2. Wandering around, just fighting off the team. I loved Ico, and even Shadow of Colossus.
And Shadow of the Colossus. That's another one. When you look at the list of things that are supposedly coming, as far as video games go, you have so this is supposedly just in 2026, and then we'll bring up some. So supposedly what is coming as video game adaptations if they haven't already come. So you got Five Nights at Freddy's 3, given because it was very successful. We had Return to Silent Hill. You have Mortal Kombat 2. You have what I think is going to probably be the king of them all and kick everyone's ass is Street Fighter, which you're cynical about, and your Canadian friend is even more cynical about. If it only had been made by Canadians, he would have been jizzing all over it.
No, I don't think so. I think, again,
It looks amazing. They're embracing exactly what it is. They're embracing exactly what it is. Okay, so anyway, but move on.
We shall see, Dave.
Street Fighter, I'm hoping. I'm really hoping.
All I can say is Raul Julia, dude.
But David Dashmalishian, pretty cool guy.
Who I love.
We have Legend of Zelda coming, which I've never played the game, so don't know. But it's very, very popular here. We have. Do you remember this video?
Cigarettes with the children.
But it's going to be that's going to be a huge movie, I'm sure. We have. Do you remember this video game? I'm surprised. I was surprised when I was looking. Streets of Rage is supposedly getting a film adaptation.
I remember that game. Yeah.
We have Death Stranding, which is the Norman Reedus video game.
Which, I mean, Kojima-san
is like playing a movie.
Kojima. Yeah. I mean, look, the Metal Gear Solid franchise, but Death Stranding, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
But we have Metal Gear Solid supposedly coming as a movie. We have God of War, as we know, is coming to TV. Mega Man is supposedly something's being done with it. Just Cause, Shinobi, Dragon's Lair.
Shinobi's been a video game. Oh yeah, I mean,
it was a video game there. Dragon's Lair is supposedly getting a movie treatment. The new Resident Evil by Zach Cregger, Sonic 4, obviously. One that I was surprised to hear about: Zombies Ate My Neighbors, supposedly getting a film treatment. Halo, another big one that they've been.
But what they've figured out though is what the comic book genre already went through, which was they had to figure out, you had to have creators, and you had to have, most importantly, people like Mark Altman and Dan Bates and the studio executives. They had to figure out, like, oh, the very audience that we're if we're not making these movies for the audience that are playing these games, we're lost.
Right.
You know, it was all, and the funny thing about what video games have done, especially these days, is create great narratives. I mean, let's face it. Young people like we were, Dave, back when we were the young people, I wasn't an old man screaming at the clouds. We took comic books seriously, we took animation seriously, we took horror movies seriously, and that was because those genres were venerable and they were around for a long time.
Right.
The video game thing, that nobody took video games seriously. Nobody took them as seriously as narratives. Nobody took the characters seriously. Now that's completely changed. And you have a generation that has grown up. I mean, they've been console gamers and PC gamers since the early 80s. They've watched the evolution. I mean, we've watched the evolution. We've seen, that's why when I tell you I played Uncharted and I'm looking at these environments, it was incredible. You know, it was incredible. Yeah. And I think back to Uncharted was basically Pitfall. You know, upgraded,
exactly, yeah.
And like,
and Pitfall was an amazing game. And where's that movie? Where's Pitfall?
Pitfall Harry. I'm still waiting for the new.
Bruce Campbell became Pitfall Harry. Remember that when they redid the game?
Yeah, dude. But then again, you have video games that were just like, look, one of my favorite video games of all time was the SSX franchise, the snowboarding franchise.
Oh, right.
Talk about a game that was stress relief. I fucking loved.
Or Tony Hawk.
The first time I ever heard the word Uber, now we say Uber. Whenever I hear Uber, I hear Uber, you know, from SSX.
Yeah.
It's so weird. But anyway, so now we finally have, because the studio executives, the people in charge, played video games. Everyone's a fucking gamer. John Carpenter's a gamer. So people know. So nowadays people are like, you know, what I find really interesting, like Assassin's Creed was a transitional movie where half the people are like, this could be an awesome movie. But then they had to like make it half take place like in the future. If you just made an Assassin's Creed game and set it back in the day.
Just stick with it. Yeah, don't.
And stick with that and make a fucking. But people are like, no, the kids today, we have to have the science. No.
Yeah, no, you
If
don't. You
And
don't.
so
They
you
don't
know what
want
we're
that.
gonna get. You know what's gonna be to me. You know what's gonna be the pinnacle. Like Last of Us has already pointed the way. I think that Ron Moore's God of War, because we're getting that.
I think so.
The casting of that, and I think what Ron Moore is gonna do. We're coming
Wait,
out of
go-
Star Trek, coming out of
Go full
Battlestar
screen.
Galactica,
Go full
Outlander.
screen.
What's that?
Go full screen. Talk about God of War for a minute.
Jeez, dude, how big's your prostate, man? Are you okay?
No, the prostate's good. The bladder's small.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think, for me personally, we are getting a God of War show. I don't know if it's going to be out in 2026, but you know the casting: Kratos, Thor, Odin. Ron Moore knows what's up, and you've got somebody that cut his teeth. Third season of Star Trek: The Next Generation, Battlestar Galactica in the first part of the 2000s, Outlander, For All Mankind, now Star City. He's been in TV for a long time. Ron Moore gets it. I mean, he gets it. As a creator, he knows. Like, he's going to take this shit seriously. And I would, like, Last of Us has been great. The show's been great. I have to say the first season, incredible. In terms of being they looked at that narrative. They did a phenomenal job adapting that show. Craig Mazin's a Princeton graduate. You know, Chernobyl's, I think, one of the great modern TV miniseries. Fantastic. And he worked with Druckmann to create that show. I thought the first season of The Last of Us was as good a video adaptation as it could be, a video game adaptation as it could be. So good. But I think Ron Moore is going to even up it with God of War, because you have the whole fantasy element of it. You know, you're dealing with the Olympian gods, and I think he's going to kill it. Because he gets it. He gets what you have to do. You can't think of God of War as a video game. It didn't come from a video game, even though it did. The video game was inspired by Greek and Roman mythology, and you're going to lean
Norse
into that.
mythology.
And well, that too. Yeah, Norse mythology. But it had all the different. That's the thing about God of War, is it's played with all the different mythologies. Yes, because this one's getting with Odin and Thor and all that.
Ragnarok is the game that I played the most. So that's the one.
It was great. But dealing with all, I was just using that as an overarching, mythology. You have to take the gods seriously, and I think Ron Moore is going to deal with that. And the great thing about the God of War franchise is they've delved into different pantheons of gods.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know. I mean, they're going to probably just focus on, and I think it's probably smart to stay with the Norse mythology, because you have the added benefit of other depictions of Norse mythology. That was the original God of War. And, you're going in, you're dealing with something that the audience is familiar with. So they're already willing, their suspension of disbelief is already open. Like if you were going to make a God of War show and like, we're going to delve into Egyptian gods, it wouldn't work. It would be the verisimilitude would be too far away. But the Norse gods, we've seen in Thor, we've seen depicted in other mediums.
Northmen in a way, right?
North, totally. And so you're dealing with. I think that the Norse gods are the most believable, because then you look at
they're the coolest gods.
We've seen a
lot of the representation of Zeus and the Greek gods and stuff like that. There was even that Jeff Goldblum show that was on.
But they're not metal. The Norse gods are metal.
Laurence Olivier is fucking metal,
dude. You're not going to tell me that Laurence Olivier in Clash of the Titans is metal.
No, but Ray Fiennes as Hades was metal.
He was metal. But he was.
Wait, can I go back? Speaking of metal, can I go back? I just want to say about Ray Fiennes in the Bone Temple that if they ever do another Bill and Ted movie and Bill Sadler can't do Death, they better cast Ray Fiennes as Death.
By the way, I've been a Ray Fiennes fan. I mean, you can't say I've been a fan of his since Schindler's List, even though I was, because he was incredible. I've been a huge fan of his since Strange Days. Can we
Yeah,
just stop for a minute?
Lenny Nero,
How
baby,
fucking Lenny Nero is one of my favorite. Him and Angela Bassett,
and he still doesn't have an Oscar.
dude. But
How crazy is that?
English Patient is peak Fiennes. But how great was his performance in Bone Temple?
I mean, he went for it.
Dude,
he went full commando. He went for it.
He went for it. He went not only to go, but full commando dancing. I mean,
and then brought the most metal moment in movies that's happened in a long time,
dude. I mean, I was sitting in that theater. I can't tell you how much I love Bone Temple. I loved it so much, but when that whole thing at the end of that fucking movie, I can't believe that movie's not a huge hit. That movie should be a zeitgeist movie.
It is a shame. It is a shame.
And by the way, Nia DaCosta, I don't know if she plays for our team, so I don't know if it's important to say that, but whatever, or anyone's team. I'm totally in love with her.
She plays for her own team.
Her own team. I went and watched her Criterion Closet. I'm in love with Nia DaCosta, and I was not. I mean, Candyman, Marvel, she got shafted. She left. Hedda, I watched Hedda. It's really good. Have you seen Hedda? It's really good.
I have not, but
when she talked about going to like prep school and stuff and her horror movie influences and all that, I'm like, oh, where were these girls when we were growing up? But man,
they were just ugly.
That's not true.
When we were growing up, Comic-Cons has changed a lot, and we've seen it change a lot over the years.
Yeah, it's weird. Those roads led to OnlyFans. But Nia DaCosta, if you want the parade in my town, you have to pay. That was that fucking movie, and listening to her talk about her influences, even growing up when she was like 12 years old, dude, she is an imagination connoisseur par excellence. I mean, I'm a huge fan of hers, and I was not.
You know what you should do? You should really work in reaching out and getting her for our 100th show.
Oh my God. If we could get Nia DaCosta for the 100th show,
I mean, you have more connections than I do.
I don't know anybody that. You know what? I didn't think when I was Polly's channel, Latino Slant, and Tom from Midnight's Edge, when we were gonna do the cast reunion of Blood In, Blood Out.
Right.
I was like, we're getting all the cast, and I said, we got to get Taylor Hackford to come.
Right.
And I had no connection to Taylor Hackford. I'm like, you know what though? There's one person I can contact. And that I got an email back saying, yeah, call him. Call his assistant, here's the number. And he came on the show. And, he was married to Helen Mirren. He's still married to Helen. And she came on that show. She goes, hello,
Morgan Le
boys.
Fay.
This is a great conversation. By the way.
How did you mention Excalibur when she popped on?
No, I didn't want to.
No.
But speaking of that, did you see the early review? Look, Excalibur is one of the most metal movies ever made. Ever.
Yes.
Ever. Did you see that somebody did an early review of that Arrow disc?
No.
Oh my God, is that because that movie has always looked like shit. It's like Die Hard. It always looked like shit until the 4K.
I wouldn't know.
That
I have the Blu-ray, and that's what I can afford.
Yeah, I know, but this disc, I don't have it hasn't come out yet.
Well, I know, but,
dude,
you'll get it, and I won't.
It looks so good.
I mean, you'll get it, and I won't. I mean, I'm
50%
still waiting
off at the fucking Barnes and Noble.
I can't afford it. I'm still waiting for you to hook me up with the Descent 4K.
Oh yeah,
my boy Neil.
Miss 50 and Still Metal says, hey Rob, I think you have to go to the Earn tab in YouTube Studio, go to the member recognition. Somewhere in there it allows you to turn members off, members first to public. That's true. Whatever they set up was brand new. I'd never seen it. It even had a new indicator. In my mind, I will bet you that in the last 5 days, or so it lasted a stream, that YouTube has made it so their default position for streams is members only. Because that's what it looked like, which sucks. And by the way, everybody who sent super chats in that I didn't get to, I've been looking around. I'll still get to them. I can't see them because the stream was there, and we got a couple of good ones.
Now I can. Now I see a super chat.
Do you see?
Now,
do you see the super? Have you seen the super chats before from the earlier part of the stream?
No, because the Major Chai says looks like the stream is public now.
Yeah. And then
That was
there's
the last one, and
Thomas
then there's this.
Logan's thing and
No, and then
Austrian stories.
there's Austrian stories. Um, let me. Oh, there's a video game adaptation that I haven't played the video game.
Clive Barker's Jericho. There's one. That's a deep cut.
That is. I remember playing that game. I remember the TV series not based on Clive Barker's Jericho being better. But the Hellraiser game
Hey,
looks
dude,
amazing.
where's the third book of the art? Come on.
But the Hellraiser video game looks incredible.
Oh, dude, I can't wait.
It looks really amazing. And we're getting a Halloween game, which looks really fun.
Yeah.
But there's one game that was a small game. It was an independent game, became very successful. The trailer came out for the movie adaptation that I'm looking forward to called The Mortuary Assistant.
Oh.
Very popular video game, indie video game that got very popular. I still haven't played it. But the Mortuary Assistant trailer, the movie looks really good. And speaking of Norman Cabrera, he worked on that movie. He worked on designing some of the shit in the mortuary. So that looks really cool. I'm just trying to think. Do you know that supposedly there's a Shadow of Colossus that they're working on?
Yeah, they've been talking about that for years.
There's an someone's talking about doing an Altered Beast. Do you remember that game?
Yep.
Altered Beast?
Yep.
Doing that as a movie. There's even
it's like
talk
Primal Rage. I mean, that's they've done.
Yeah. There's even talk of Joust as a movie.
Yeah, where's Defender?
Where is Defender? That makes sense. That or Zaxxon, you could do a space epic action movie. That makes more sense.
I mean, there's a lot of great characters that you could do. I mean, you go back.
Not even characters, just a simple like Defender. Okay, it's a spaceship or Space Invaders.
Yeah,
Where's
Space Invaders? Here's the problem. They're trying to do that too. Here's my problem with all those. Like, oh, it's a name. We'll buy that. No.
You don't think Asteroids is going to work as a movie?
No, I don't. And I think this kind of thinking is ridiculous. Just because you've bought some IP everyone knows, what should drive films and television should always be narrative. You can't buy a video game franchise that has no narrative and expect it to work.
Time out though, because the funny thing is this. I would say, especially in the past couple of years, I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, guys, you have to fill me in here because I never played the game. I don't know what narrative Minecraft has, but the movie was really fun.
Okay, you just proved that there's an exception to every rule.
I mean,
but you know what though? What's interesting about Minecraft.
What was the real narrative of Super Mario Brothers? But it was a pretty fun movie.
But the thing about Super Mario Brothers has a world.
It has a world, but
Asteroids doesn't have a world. I mean,
it's got a universe. Hold on, I'm still listening. I'm here. I'm here. Spitting out gum. Leave me alone. Gum.
Look,
gum.
Okay, here's the thing. The Mario universe. You could do a Days of Thunder movie set in the Mario universe if you wanted to.
No, that's called Mario Kart. That'll be coming soon.
But that's what I'm saying. You could do I can look at the pod racers. Like, look, man, I'm still looking for justice for Ben Quadneros. But you could
bless you.
Ben Quadneros was done dirty. Okay?
I don't know who that is.
You should know. You should know who Ben Quadneros is. People who know. They know.
They know. Rob.
Justice for Ben.
So, but it's interesting because Minecraft was one that I never played the video game. I knew nothing about the video game. And I was not looking forward to the movie at all. I really wasn't.
Minecraft isn't so much a video game. It's not yes, it's a video game you play, but it's not like it's creation. It's imagination. You can build anything in Minecraft.
I mean, I guess, but I don't
It's
know.
More like Lego.
But then you have the adjunct movies that aren't based on video games that are about video games, like Wreck-It Ralph, which was really fun. That was a really fun movie.
And
And
that
even
did well.
what about and the Adam Sandler movie Pixels? But it did well. It did well, and it's
Yeah.
not a bad. It's really
But
not a bad movie.
but is that that's not a video game adaptation?
No, what I'm saying, but neither was Wreck-It Ralph. I'm saying it's movies about video games. Like The Last Starfighter is a great movie about video games
Yes.
in a way. You know,
Yes.
Tron is a movie about video games.
Yeah, totally. Although
Yeah.
I have to tell you, dude, I've tried to watch Tron Ares. I saw Tron Ares in the theater. I've tried to watch it a couple
I
times.
saw it when it came onto Disney Plus. I didn't hate it, but I had I didn't see it in the theater. I actually it made me want to see it in the theater because it was very pretty.
But you know what? I mean, look, I'm a little
But
biased
it's
because I made a
it's
feature
soulless.
length documentary on the first film. Is,
You don't say.
But all right. Well, by the way, have you seen my documentary about the making of Tron? It's 88 minutes. It was nominated for anyway. So, but the thing about Tron is, what's really interesting about Tron is because it's so naive in where the video game industry was going, that it truly has when the digital world depiction in Tron, not Tron Legacy, but in Tron, is so groundbreaking. Nothing has ever looked like it before or since. That it has a certain charm to it that transcends what it is, I think.
Sure.
And
But,
whereas
how did you feel about? Okay, I got to say with Tron Ares, when he did go into the original Tron world and they did that, I found it a little nostalgic charming. I'm not saying it was great. It was but it was like the fact that they even went there with this movie, like, says a little something. I mean, there was a little there was affection hugely in that moment.
yeah,
even with the little thing going, yes, yes,
yeah,
yes,
okay,
no,
bit.
no. I mean,
But here's the thing.
again, it was a bit, but it was sort of a charming bit. I thought it was like,
that's the name of the character, Bit.
in a world. No, I know, but it was a bit. The whole thing was a bit.
I hated it.
You did?
When they did. I hated when they. You know why I hated when they did that?
Because it was fan service.
Not only was it fan service, but the entire. I think the Tron franchise, in a way, symbolizes everything wrong with Hollywood and the lack of creativity today of creators.
See, I still really enjoy Tron Legacy.
Well, look, Tron Legacy is cool, but again, that movie is highly.
But it's the score. What was most disappointing about Tron Ares to me was the Nine Inch Nails music.
I know, dude. I was so excited for it. It was wrong. Do you know why?
It was like they didn't want to be Nine Inch Nails. They wanted to be, we're Nine Inch Nails now.
Well, the problem is the movie didn't suit the music. The story
No,
they were
I know,
telling
yeah.
was not right. Whereas Daft Punk, you listen to the Daft Punk score is really emotional. It takes you on journeys.
But because it's also cinematic as well as being what Daft
The Nine Inch Nails is too.
Yeah,
it's too Nine Inch Nails.
It's fine, but the problem is, here's the problem, and I'm hoping, and I don't think we talked about the Masters of the Universe trailer, but I'm in. I never watched Masters of the Universe. I didn't collect the toys. I didn't watch the cartoon. I saw the movie. But I'm hopeful. It looks like a
dude.
blast.
I gotta tell you, I haven't. I asked John. John did not want me to share this. Do you know who the production designer is of Masters of the Universe?
Oh, Guy Dias.
Guy Dias.
Yeah.
So years ago, I love Guy Dias.
He's great.
He's great, and he's one of the great characters. The Superman documentary.
He
was the production designer of Inception. He was the production designer of Michael Mann.
And like the fact that you get to speak with him, in communication with him, still to this day is amazing, because it's like this is a guy that we would dream of getting his C team to work on our movies right now. Never mind him. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, he's just one of those. He's a visionary production designer, and there's not many of them left.
No, he guy's incredible, truly incredible. So he contacted me a couple of years ago, and he said, Rob, I've been offered Masters of the Universe. Do you think I should do it? And I said, I got to tell you, I interviewed Travis Knight for a Hasbro before he started production on Bumblebee. They were going to do a big licensing push with the licensees, and I was hired by Hasbro to shoot Travis Knight, interview him for this licensee thing.
Right.
He was incredibly impressive. He directed Kubo and the Two Strings. His father is Phil Knight, who started Nike. He wanted to be a DJ or a hip hop artist, but then he became a filmmaker and he started Leica Studios. I loved him because he named his studios after the Russian space dog that died in orbit, Leica.
I mean,
And if
and
you've
did
seen,
that, and it, Paranorman is a fucking great movie too.
yeah, parents. So they,
Well, yeah.
so
and you know what? Did they do? Did Leica do Box Trolls?
yeah, I think they did.
Which is a really, I think it's a really underrated animated film, and it's so absolutely stunningly gorgeous.
Totally agree. So he contacted me and he asked me if he should do it. What do you think? And I go, listen, man, I didn't come up with the term trust in Travis or trust Travis yet, but I said Travis Knight's doing it. And when I sat down with him and listened to him wax rhapsodic about the Transformers and what he wanted to do with Bumblebee, I love Bumblebee. I thought
it's a great movie.
Great movie.
Now the thing is, here's the thing. I'm someone who, as bonkers I like the Transformers movies in the sense of spectacle. Like the second one, The Revenge of the Fallen, and as they progress and they just get larger and larger and stuff. And the last night, the fact that they connect it with King Arthur is it's just wild. But the thing is, what
Dude,
really
the third one, Dark of the Moon, is fucking baller.
No, that's the
40,
yeah. The thing is, there's just spectacle on spectacle. I get that the story wise they're bullshit and they're not good and stuff like that. What I'll tell you, the funny thing is we're talking about scores. I think Steve Jablonsky's scores for all those movies are really fucking great on their own.
Yeah.
Apart from the movies, but the thing is, the spectacle is so huge as just like eye candy. I know they're not great movies, but the eye candy.
I'm with you.
Is amazing, and the thing is, it hits a sweet spot. It's like it's giant robots fighting themselves. Even that fucking the Beast one.
Dude, I'm in. I mean, I love Transformers one.
It's robot beast things. I know. It's all silly shit, and I get it.
But hang on.
It's like, sorry. Sorry.
You brought up He-Man, and I wanted so I told Guy years ago, you got to do it. Travis Knight's the guy, and I've been talking about Guy on the John Campea show. And I talked about him all the way back last year at CinemaCon when we saw the first behind-the-scenes thing that they did.
Right.
So Guy Dias this week sent me a text, and I've been trying to read this for John. John didn't seem interested in having me read this on the show. Now there's something I'm not going to read because he spoils something in the movie that he doesn't want me to say. But let me read you what Guy Dias wrote to me this week. He wrote, "Rob, dude. I was forwarded a link to the Campea show, and I saw a string of very kind comments from you. Thank you so much. Wow, I had no idea about the feeding frenzy for He-Man. Travis mentioned I should brace myself." This is for the trailer release. "And sure enough, I got up this week in Budapest to find 358 emails from He-Man fans and people sending congrats, thanks, and questions for how faithful Travis and I kept things. I should mention right now it wasn't easy. There's always politics involved, and as you well know, Rob, but we navigated it and got as much as we could on the screen and kept everything true to the aesthetic that we grew up with. I obviously made some serious updates where it was needed and would be a little laughable. Also, I had to twist some of the designs to accommodate the script. But all in all, I think everyone's going to be happy. I should mention, I've done my usual trick of absolutely peppering the film with Easter eggs, some of which may even go over the heads of the deepest fans. I went deep on this one. For example, the comic book store, which features in the trailer, you're going to notice some big gym toys.
Yes.
Big gym toys.
I noticed those. I had big
I
gym
know,
toys.
right? Big gym toys behind the girl working in the store. Well, guess what? The big gym toy line from Mattel made the tiger that was later used, I knew this, by the way, that was later used by the designers to paint up and turn into the Battle Cat prototype. The scale was too big for the action figures, but they kept it that way. Haha. I think very few people know that. Furthermore, the plastic statue that holds the sword that people keep calling Conan the Barbarian is in fact Victor. Victor was the original concept for He-Man drawn by Mattel designer Mark Taylor.
And all you have to do is watch that great documentary about Master of the Universe to find that out.
And that's my personal tribute to him. He was kind of the Joe Johnston of the He-Man line, and you can find the original sketch online if you're curious. And finally, Rob, please, please don't mention that you heard this from me. You will get...
Rob's made that sound before.
I have numerous times. But I'm just saying that was from Guy Dias, and he goes on to say things that I can't mention online. But I can just say this. Let me go on to say, anyway, once again, Rob, thank you so much for all the shout-outs. I was really flattered. You're a good friend. All I can say is I hope people love the film when it comes out. We really went for it, every inch of the way. We inherited a massive back debt. This is really interesting, too. There were so many directors involved in this thing. Like, over the years, they've been trying to make it for 20 years or whatever, 30 years. There were so many directors involved. We inherited a massive back debt. And somebody had to pay for it, and it was us. So I used every trick in the book that I learned for 20 years to put as much on the screen as I could that was physical and real. I think it's going to show Cheers Guy. How cool is that?
That's so awesome. And you know what it makes me think about? You know, we talk about always wanting to do movies. And of course, you and I want to do narrative movies and fictional things, and we want to do this stuff. There has never been, I mean, within special features, there has been like deep dives now. But there's never been a documentary that I know of about production design.
No. Well,
which would be fascinating to me. Like the creators of worlds, like what.
Well, I have to say, one of the things that we didn't get to do on Superman was if we weren't so under the gun and it didn't become political and Walmart didn't decided to make it not a 3-disc set, we were supposed to have a lot more time. I did shoot every Guy Dias taking us through every single set of Superman Returns.
I mean, we have a lot of that stuff. I mean, dude, I remember we've cut in like them painting and marbling fucking things.
But I mean, I actually interviewed Guy Dias on every set, taking us through it all.
Right.
And because I thought we would do like a big documentary, which, by the way,
we could still do.
I mean, I've still got.
You have that footage.
I have you still the have tapes. But you know, I'm hoping that with look, obviously for various reasons, Superman Returns. There's not a lot of people eager to see it return into print in a 4K version, even though the movie, you know, it would have to be up-res because it was shot in HD for Panavision Genesis cameras. But we could do what we did for The Hills Run Red for Superman Returns.
We could. If it pays, we would do it.
If it pays, yeah.
So, Rob, let's get back. So,
back to video games.
So I'm very excited about Master of the Universe. I really am.
I'm
excited about that as I am Street Fighter. I might be more excited about Street Fighter just because I just love the fact that they
Street Fighter.
That they just really embraced the video game and this sort of 80s style. I mean, to me, it looks like you'll get this. I hope it looks like a very big budget Kung Fury, which I'm all about. because that's what Kung Fury is for a half hour is a blast, and the fact that they actually made a feature for Kung Fury 2 that can't get finished or released is with Michael Fassbender in it is kind of a shame, because here we are, we're getting we get Deathstalker, which you probably still haven't seen.
No, not the new one.
You haven't seen the new Deathstalker. You're missing out.
I did see a little of it.
But you should watch it.
Oh,
It's really fun. It's really fun. It's really fun. I'm not saying it's on the same level, but anyway, I like the fact that we're getting sort of these 80s sci-fi action fantasy movies again. I mean, look, Rob, let me throw something at you now. If you were going to remake, think how cool your Hunter of the Future could be if you remade it with today's
You mean your Hunter from the Future?
I said your Hunter of the Future.
Meaning your. I thought you meant me, Rob's Hunter.
Yeah, your Hunter of the Future. I mean, come on, it had dinosaurs and lasers and laser guns.
Yeah, well, okay. The thing is, if somebody gave me money to remake your Hunter from the Future, I would do it, but it would not be my first choice. I did actually used to own a one sheet for your Hunter.
But you would keep the theme song.
Yes, I would have somebody redo it, or I would redo it on Suno.
Wait, what? Wait, Rob, do you have an album out?
I do, Dave, and you can get it on Spotify. You can get it on Amazon.
What's it called, Rob?
It's called The Singularity Is Here, and I have a new album coming out.
You have a new? Oh, you're doing another one.
I've been doing another one. Yes, it's an all instrumental, inspired by the Lost Themes records that John Carpenter did.
Wow.
And I have a new album. Did you not hear my first track from the album?
I have not.
Well, I did put it out.
You could share it right now.
I suppose I could.
I've been put on the spot. I don't know.
It's not loaded up into the.
Okay. So it's not. But people can find it on.
Though they can't find it. They can find it on YouTube. I have not released it on Spotify or anything yet because I'm waiting till the album is done. But yes, I
have not, with the exception of the Midnight Metal theme, I have not delved into. Sorry, guys, to tell you that yes, I made the Midnight Metal theme. It was my one experiment into this sort of world.
Yeah, but it's awesome.
I did all the lyrics as the name is the lyrics.
I know people don't quite understand that we're not just hitting buttons and having somebody generate something. It's not quite that, or maybe it is for you.
Captain Finity Time Travel Police. Dave Parker also makes a great model actor. He looks so good in an NYPD officer uniform. I'd like to see that. Just so you know, supposedly we're being adapted into shit. So this is cool. Okay. Back to video games though. Is there a video game that hasn't been mentioned, that hasn't been snagged up yet? It could be from the early 80s, it could be from the 80s, or it could be from now, that you would, if given the chance, that you would do.
The thing is, there was a video game which was actually a remake in the late 90s that while I was editing Free Enterprise, that I've been more obsessed with than any other video game ever made ever.
Okay.
It was the Activision remake of Battlezone.
Okay.
You know how Battlezone in the early 80s was the vector graphics?
Game, yeah.
So they redid it, and it was recontextualized as the Soviet Union never fell, and the Americans and the Soviets were fighting throughout our solar system. And you had hover tanks, and it was kind of a first-person shooter plus a real-time strategy game. So you had to build you had to use resources that you'd find on the planets and build your base. And at the same time, you were in a tank fighting off the Soviets that were elsewhere. And it was, and the physics of the game, the hover tanks, and like you'd see the clouds, on Venus, dude. And Dan Bates, they had created a surround sound system for video games, and we had a demo room to
Okay.
play this game for Battlezone. I didn't go home. I wasn't seeing anybody at the time, so I would stay. I would edit for like 12 hours, and then I'd go play that video game
Home.
until
I have no home.
dude. I played. No, I didn't want to go home. I had everything. My home was this lonely place. I did have a cat, so I'd go see my cat. But that was it. All I wanted to do was edit Free Enterprise and play this fucking video game.
That's cool.
I was obsessed with that Battlezone game.
The Battlezone would be your pick,
dude. It was that game.
What would you do? What would you do with the movie?
Well, okay. What I loved about it, I'd probably make it a lot like the TV series For All Mankind, because it dealt with the Cold War being moved into space. And it was about resource management on the planets. And I would make it would have to, first of all, it was an alternate future. It basically, one of the reasons I love For All Mankind so much is I think about the fact that it kind of, it was a little bit more in the future than For All Mankind is, because I did see, by the way, 8 episodes of the 5th season that comes out in March already. Right. I love this show so much. My love for All Mankind is deep and vast. But I would do the fact that you had this alternate future where the Americans and the Soviets were going at each other on different moons, and then there's alien technology brought into the fray later on in the game.
Okay.
And it was so, you could get out of your tank. Like it's a first-person shooter, you could get out of the tank. You could climb up on the mountains of the environment, and you could wait. You could sit there, because it was almost like real time in a way. You could sit on a rock, and you could use your rifle and take out one of the pilots of the Soviet tank, and it would go and kind of stop. You could climb down and get into the Soviet tank and drive into their base. And if you didn't fire, they wouldn't know you were a bad guy. So you could totally scope out their base and then come back. Or if you wanted to get into the fray, you could just be in their base and blow shit up. The game was so satisfying to me. It everything I loved about video games. I was never so consumed by a video game as I was by that redone Activision version of Battlezone. And you know what? That was the only time they made a Battlezone 2. It wasn't as good. There was something about it. Editing Free Enterprise and making this and playing this video game. It was a very fun time, Dave. Very fun time.
That's great.
1998. There you go. I was happy then. I could pay my rent. I had no troubles.
What's that?
I was making a movie with my childhood idol playing Battlezone.
Oh shit, Rob, in almost a half hour, it's time to pay rent again. God damn it.
Yeah.
I think it would there's two video games that I would like to do. I don't know if they're my biggest passions, but I would like to do
by the way, Battlezone that'd be a shitty. I would not want to do that.
But one would be, I'd like to do Clock Tower.
Oh, okay, I can see that.
And the other one would be Nightmare Creatures. I thought those were both really fun. I really liked the worlds that those were into. Again, I don't play a lot of video games because, again, right now, unfortunately, video games are really expensive. So I don't do it as much as I would like to. Yeah. Oh, Clarence Maxwell asks, Rob, why did you stop working in Hollywood? He hasn't really.
What?
Clarence Maxwell.
I have a movie coming out and an audio drama in the next couple months. A feature film I produced and an audio drama I directed and edited.
Maybe he's asking why you stopped trying to direct in Hollywood. Maybe that's the question. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I've continued to work. Obviously.
Obviously you continued to work, but maybe he was asking, like, after Free Enterprise, why you didn't direct again.
You know what I did? And the
you
problem
did,
was
you did yeah, you. I mean, you did Femme Fatales.
Well, that
Yes,
was later, but I almost directed Dude, Where's My Car? You know, what happened
almost.
was I needed money. I mean, Free Enterprise was a total disaster box office wise because the Regent Entertainment, it was their first movie that they'd acquired that they were releasing theatrically, and they didn't listen to me, and they totally fucked it up. And you spend 2 years of your life making a movie, and the day it comes out, nobody goes to see it. Like you should never open a movie in a city if you haven't paid for advertising. And I told them, no one knows it's out. Dude, I have a picture of Mark Altman and I in Century City at the former ABC Entertainment Complex, and the marquee reads "The Phantom Menace," which opened 2 weeks before or a week before Free Enterprise. The Phantom Menace and Free Enterprise on the same marquee.
Right.
One of them had a massive advertising budget, and one of them did not. So, and then after that, it was like I spent a year. I was working at NBC. I was working on the Olympics, the 2000
But
Olympics.
let me ask you something, because I think everyone here has probably heard like what you went on to and stuff like that. But we don't talk about that. I mean, I always bring up my turgid, horrid career that I think that I have and everything else. But do you think in a way it's better that you haven't directed anything yet than just doing a bunch of gobbledygook, whatever, rando movies that say I've done or anything like that, and that when you actually do get the opportunity again, that it's going to mean something.
Well, okay.
How do you feel about that? Because I know, like, even like when Hills Run Red came about and stuff like that, we both had the opportunity and we both pitched different films to the initial company and everything, and then they chose us for Hills and not for Wicked Lake. But you did.
Well, at first we were going to do both.
You did pitch, and then they were like, we're going to go another way with Wicked Lake and stuff like that. But do you think, in a way, having Free Enterprise just being as the one right now, so when you finally do get around to making another movie, which I do believe you will do,
yeah, I have one that I want to make,
that it's going to mean more because you haven't done you haven't just like done movies to like make movies and get by and stuff like that.
No. Well, yeah. Okay. That's a very good question. I mean, it's kind of off topic, but it's a great question. I mean, for me, here was the big mistake that I made throughout my entire career. I've always thought that in order to be successful in Hollywood, you need a team of collaborators that you trust and work with. And to be honest, I'm looking at one of them right now. Dave and I have been working together on and off since the early 90s. I've talked about on this show how Dave, you've taught me how to, gave me some editorial points cutting a trailer. And you're in Free Enterprise. And then you worked as an editor on most, when I started my own DVD production company, you were an editor on most of those things. You came to New Zealand. You wouldn't have a passport if it wasn't for me. I mean,
oh my God. I mean, and New Zealand is one of the greatest experiences of my life. The fact that, like, again, people have heard this and stuff like that, but it's like, look, at that time, she wouldn't remember me. I mean, the funny thing is, I think she probably would remember me, which is crazy because it's been 20 years now that Tilda Swinton was someone that I knew at that time because you gave me the opportunity.
But it was, I didn't give you the opportunity, you earned the opportunity. I mean, we were already working together, and I had started, what was really interesting was I wasn't the one that wanted Disney to call me and give us a gigantic contract and send us to New Zealand for 14 months. I didn't think that was going to happen. I took that opportunity, and I had people like you and Smedili. And so one of the things that people don't, because of the way the business works, is the Free Enterprise thing. Just, we won awards. I got to travel around the world. It was so much fun. All that was great. But it ultimately didn't. I was back to square one after the movie made no money. I bet everything on this, and what I did not count on was that my own people that I had built this company around, because I was one of the founders of this company, I was betrayed.
Right.
I was completely betrayed. And they were upset that I was looking at other opportunities and all that, and I was betrayed the way the biggest backstabbing that's ever happened to anybody. It happened to me from people that I completely trusted, and it never occurred to me that they would do that, because I was I was the person that coalesced and brought all these people together, and I met my principal because I re-edited a movie for him, and he's like, "What do you want to?" It was so beyond the pale. So I'd worked for 10 years to direct a film. That was my plan, and I succeeded. And I had made this company, and I thought we were going to make more movies. We did produce. We were in the middle of producing the specials. I was a producer on the specials that James Gunn wrote, that Craig Mazin directed. And James Gunn was in it. I mean, this was, I thought, and then during that, this whole explosion happened, where I was backstabbed the way very few people in Hollywood have been backstabbed before. And I could have walked away, but I still needed to get Free Enterprise out. So I swallowed my pride, tucked tail, and worked hard. But that betrayal, I never recovered from that in terms of my career, because this thing that I built that was supposed to, and then you became part of that thing, and you realized that those people were not interested, and they didn't have the talent to make the things they should have been doing. The very operating principle that I tried to, the worst movie they should have ever made was Free Enterprise. That should have been the worst. That would have been our baseline, but whatever. And so after that, what did I do? I went back to what my bread and butter was, and suddenly I had a contract at NBC where I was making $250,000 a year. Unfortunately, after the first year, I didn't realize you could get a contract. No one said. I just started. I edited one thing, and they hired me to work on the entire Olympics. So, and after that,
the thing is, what you learn is, oh, that stuff used to at least pay a lot better than making a movie.
Oh, dude, it paid way better. And I was going to meetings, and then I was repped by William Morris, and what did I do? I was working on a project with Bill Cosby. He had written a book called Fatherhood. I dodged a bullet here, but we were working on a project where I was doing it on spec. My agency, William Morris, had me. It's a long story, but
right.
But look, I got to produce the Agent Cody Banks movies that we developed. I got to do Hills Run Red with you, which was I started a huge company. We got betrayed by Disney.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Disney said there were shenanigans internally, that there were going to be blowback on people, and they just blamed us. We had nothing to do with it.
No, we got shit that no one else could get on that movie too.
No, and I had all the. I didn't realize I couldn't sue. I could have sued a studio, and it would have been a different situation. It's a long. I could write a whole story of how I should have pivoted and I was trying to be nice, but we got a lot at the same time. You know, Cody Banks happened. Hills Run Red. I would never change that for the world. We were going to make it for $350,000, and we ended up going to Bulgaria and making it. And you got to go to Italy, and you got to go to London, and we got to go to the Seattle International Film Festival, which was my dream, to go to, and I got to do that. And then after that, I went and did Star Trek documentaries for 3 years. So the funny thing was, in terms of things that I love, I've had a great time. I'm not rich. I wish I was richer. I'm still doing things now. I got a movie I produced coming out. I got the audio drama that I directed, which I'm incredibly proud of, because it's the only thing in the world I've ever done that I've controlled from beginning to end and made it the way I wanted to make it. And I got to work with a screenwriter in Max Allan Collins who wrote one of the best things I could have possibly worked with ever.
Right.
One of the great scripts of all time.
Yeah, you're working with a top class guy, and
this cast is incredible. And
it legitimizes the sense of you can do it again with another writer.
Yeah, and what Max Allan Collins wrote a screenplay that's based on a different story in a different time that I want to direct. I finally have, and the funny thing is, here's the big mistake that I made, Dave. Mm-hmm. I did not have a movie I wanted to make after Free Enterprise. I figured we were starting a company, so we would have something we were going to do. The biggest mistake I've made in my career, if somebody said, Rob, what is your biggest, in terms of your film career, what is the biggest mistake that you made? The biggest mistake I made was when we were winning awards at festivals and people love free enterprise. I did not have another piece of material where I would say, this is what I want to make right now. Because I would go into meetings and I wouldn't have anything to pitch. And everybody's like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, if I had a comedy, if I had Nevermind Nirvana, if I had that script, which I still want to make
Right.
25 years later, if I had that, I could have made that movie in
Right.
2002. I didn't have it. That was the biggest mistake. The biggest mistake I made was not having a film to pitch after Free Enterprise.
I got to tell you, so it's funny that you're talking about this because I, like you, didn't have things ready to go when I should have.
Yeah.
And it's a hard lesson to learn. This whole month of January, I've been off social media.
Probably for the best.
No, it's been great. I've been more creatively productive in this month than I have been in years. Like literally, like every week, I'll come up with a new idea and I will break down the story and then also do artwork for it. There's one now that I think I've locked on that I'm really excited about, which is it's a genre hybrid that I really like. But that's the thing that's been really exciting. It's like I have nowhere to actually pitch or bring these things to.
No, but you're working.
Yeah. But the thing is that I'm actually, instead of like for me personally, wasting time on Instagram or Facebook or any of these things and being inundated with things that just don't work for me, I've been creating stuff, and that's been really, really exciting to me. I came up with a side hustle idea this weekend that I spent all day like working and designing on. A small little thing that I'm like, it could, if I can make this work, and if it takes off, I could make a little dough. And funny enough, it's actually world building. I'm like creating like my own sort of little world within this sort of side hustle, which the funny thing is, if I pitch it to you, you'd be really?
No, I don't.
And the thing is like, I don't know, but at least I'm excited about stuff again. And the movie idea, and the thing is, like, literally, and I've shared some artwork with you over times about certain ideas and stuff, and some of them have been like, I'm grasping straws of like whatever's out there in the ether. This one, I'm not saying that it's like super like commercial and I would probably need more money than I would probably ever get for it and stuff. But the thing is, I'm like, oh, I'm excited about this because it's I'll just say this, Rob, you'll get this. It's Hard Times meets Hellraiser.
Wow. I'm in with that. But I will say this, Dave.
If Walter Hill did Hellraiser.
Yeah, I know. I have Hard Times on disc.
I love Hard Times. You
Twilight
haven't seen
Time.
it?
I think I have the Twilight Time Blu-ray. I have to say this. My sister's death, my younger sister died obviously back in October. I mean, she fucking OD'd. It was
Right.
and it was one of the ugliest things I've ever seen in my life. And having to be there with her kids and her significant others and pulling her off life support was really, and my mom's suffering from dementia, so I'm essentially an orphan. And dealing with that has been, it has been a lot harder than I let on, because people always think I'm, happy-go-lucky, and I'm here to take care of people, and it's just been rough as somebody who's always trying to find the bright side of life, and to see over the last couple of years to have made a film that was blessed by the Pope for inclusion, religious tolerance and inclusion, to have it open in Germany on October 5th in 2023, a movie that was blessed by Pope Francis to have what happened in Israel October 7th happen, and have our film that would have paid for the entire film. We had a great German distribution deal. The deal was killed because Germany has a federal police force, and they had to pull the movie from theaters. 50 cities across Germany. A great TV deal. All went away. And it has felt over the last, you feel under siege because of who you are. And there has not been, it's been rough. It's been really rough. And for even someone like me, who I try and keep a head above water, and I do this and talk to people every day and try and keep a great disposition. There's been a lot of times when I'm like, fuck all this. If I didn't have to talk, if I didn't have to do YouTube to augment my income, there have been times I'm like, I wouldn't have done it.
Sure.
I would have just left, because why don't I get to do projects? It's so hard to do projects because if you don't have any credibility, and I made a movie once 26 years ago that's even out of fucking print. It's the 60th anniversary of Star Trek. It's Shatner's 95th birthday, and because my collaborators won't let me touch my own movie and get it out there, it's been out of print. How frustrating is that? The one movie that I've made, I've put up with the bullshit from them for so fucking long. And it's like, let's get that out. Let's get it out there. This is the perfect time. Let's make some money from it. And I've been nice. Nice. It's incredibly frustrating. It is incredibly, this is the Sisyphusian, Sisyphus, rolling the fucking rock up the hill and have it come down. Is Sisyphusian a word? I don't even know.
That's been my career.
Yeah, mine too. Mine too. But I've kept my disposition. I still enjoy it. That's why I do so many different things. By the way, the reason that I've embraced using AI to make music, I don't know fuck all about music. I have a lot of music. I've collected music. I've been a DJ.
But you're being creative.
Yes,
and having fun.
I'm being creative in a way that I haven't been creative before. And if you listen to my album, nobody would have written the lyrics. And nobody would have done the songs I did. But it was so funny because I loved albums like William Orbit, or I love like Brian Eno, and I love Passengers and Tamita electronic music. So I started making an electronic music album using AI. And it's not just pushing a button. And it is derivative. I have to say, it's derivative of other people that I like, but I did get this. So it's on my YouTube channel, but I'll play it right now. This isn't on Spotify yet, but I'll play this for you a little bit. And I'm proud of this piece. Some people, it's funny because I didn't see this as Blade Runner-esque, but I guess it is.
Yay.
But here it is. It's called, by the way, like our DVD documentaries, you know how I love the most pretentious names in the world?
Yes. Requiem for Krypton.
Yeah. Give me, I love the high, because if you're
now, if we had done Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, would we have called it like Beyond the Wardrobe?
Oh, it would have been more pretentious than that.
Of Tumnus and Tails.
I mean,
I'm not as good as you are with those.
But something. So this is called it's just called Last Secret Before Dawn. Now,
perfect timing. You have to go full screen with this.
Yeah, I will. Now I have to say something. So it's not only just making the music, it's also making the AI artwork. And for this piece of artwork, my prompt was, I said I wanted something along the lines, and all I said was, I want a piece, use not the lyrics, but the Suno style prompt that I created. I say, use this style prompt, and I want to use Bob Peak, the poster artist Bob Peak, mixed with Bill Sienkiewicz, mixed with I don't want to mispronounce his name, but with the Japanese manga artist who drew Lone Wolf and Cub. And that's all I said. I said, use my and this picture is what AI gave me. And I'm like, oh shit. So here it is. I won't play the whole thing because it's 5 minutes, but here you go. Here you go. Now here's the thing. What's really interesting. So now that I've been breaking out my tracks, you can get Suno or you can get eMastered to break out all the different tracks, so
Mm-hmm.
you can import them. I've been importing them into Final Cut and doing edits and adding
Right.
things and stuff, because there's much more functionality in Final Cut than there is on these AI programs.
Wait,
So
you're using Final Cut?
yeah.
It's funny because someone asked me this past weekend. It's like, oh, you got to download Final Cut because that's what I'm using on this. What the other person is using on their editing project, so I have to relearn Final Cut again.
Well, I never liked Premiere very much because I thought it was too unruly. I like
I just got used to it.
yeah, Avid, and then DaVinci, but I've been using Final Cut for so long, and I use Final Cut for YouTube and stuff. So with AI programs like this, what have been having fun with is downloading it. By the way, that was the 65th iteration of that song
Sure.
in 65 different iterations to get it the way. And
Well,
and
yeah,
that's
because the thing is, it's like I get it. You can't play an instrument and stuff like that, but you are manipulating and using things. It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
funny thing is like the stuff that I don't share, which is the artwork stuff that I do. It's like I create assets and I go over and over and over it to get that, and then I bring it into Photoshop, and then I do my work onto it to get it. I don't just like here's a prompt and then that's it.
Oh no, and I do the same thing.
And the thing is, I get it because it's like, look, I'm not the artist. I can't draw this stuff, and people like get their hackles up for it. I understand that. I'm not saying I'm an artist. I'm saying I'm a designer. I don't know if even that's the right term, but that's what I'm saying.
You're a
I do
director.
when I do this stuff, I direct it and I put it together, and at
Well,
least it allows me to be creative in a way that I couldn't otherwise be.
no, and I understand the pushback against AI. I mean, I totally get it. But like for the movie I want to direct, I'm using an AI program to design every single shot. Like
Right.
every
The
single shot. And
storyboard,
you're
the
going to be able
storyboard.
yeah, the story, and you're going to be able to watch it. And I'm even using, I mean, it's the people that are anti-AI, like you're going like, I don't even know what to tell you. So does that mean we shouldn't have used computers to do animation? So there'd be no Pixar if someone said, well, animation has to be hand drawn. Look, everything, it's just yet another tool. Creative people are going to create. They're going to use whatever tools are at their disposal. What people are worried about is if you're going to press a button and just get, because all AI does, if AI is not directed by human involvement, it's giving you the median. It's giving you the most middle of the road thing it can based on everything it's already taken in.
But again, like perfect example of the artwork that you did. You took three different artists and sort of combined them, which is not something that would normally be done if you just put out a generic prompt, you would
Right.
get something not anything like that. So,
And by the way,
but
the rest of the
again,
prompt
but again, it's a tool. And the funny thing is, like I read this week, which I found really interesting because I think out of Sundance Film Festival, they had a whole discussion with Darren Aronofsky, and he
about
has
his
a whole
animated show.
he has he has an AI company that he started.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, so where's the leeway? Is guys, is Darren Aronofsky like not allowed? Is he wrong too for using AI? How's it work? Is it like when the legitimate artist that you like does it, it's okay? Is that how it happens, or what?
Well, no, I'll
I'm
tell you.
I'm,
An
I'm
interesting thing.
curious.
So, True Noir is coming out, right?
Right.
True Noir is coming out in. We're 9 minutes away from February. It comes out February 17th. I could make. I work with Michael Rosenbaum for 7 days, where we
Right.
work for a full production day. I have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of him doing
His
Nathan
lines.
Eller,
Yeah. Right.
his narration. I could import all of that into AI, and I could do a second series, a 10-hour series, however long, with Nathan Heller, and I could
Without
use.
Max Allen Collins, just go write
Well, no,
me
no,
a
I wouldn't
follow
want
up.
Max Allen Collins to write
But
the
no,
script, but
but
I
I'm
wouldn't have
saying
to. But
you could go write me a follow up in the style of Max Allen
I could,
Collins
yeah, I could do the
using
entire.
this voice.
I could just say, I could just take one of his books and go. I would feed AI the original script Max Allen Collins wrote, based on True Detective. I go make this for a second novel, True Crime, and then I could take all the AI assets and use all my cast that I have hours and hours and hours of recording for, and I could completely create another True Noir series AI generated.
Sure.
I have the assets now to do that. Now the question is, and by the way, I've already recorded them, and here's the question: in terms of SAG, in terms of guilds, we own those recordings that we did.
Right.
There's no one ever said I can't repurpose them using AI. That wasn't in the contract.
Right.
I own those things. Here's the thing. I could do that, and I could make something that's pretty good. But you know what I wouldn't get? I wouldn't get Michael Rosenbaum stopping and going, you know what? And the way I've never worked, Michael Rosenbaum on True Noir was one of the most professional actors I've ever seen work in any medium, ever. And because he would stop and he'd be like, I'd be like, hey man, that was great. He goes, yeah, that was great, but you know what? Let me do it one more time. And I'm like, okay, because he's figuring it out, as he's going, as he's saying words and he's hearing it, and I'm responding to him, and then he would nail it, and he would add a color in his just a little color, something. There's a great clip of Russell Crowe when he's talking about his first day on Gladiator, and he explains that Ridley Scott goes, okay, you're gonna look at a bird, and the bird's gonna fly away, and then you're gonna look back at the battlefield, and then Russell Crowe explains. So I did that, I added a little color, and I looked back. I did what Ridley said, and then Ridley came up to me and he said, "You and me are gonna be fucking great, mate," because you had two people.
Here's the thing. AI is missing one important ingredient: the soul.
Yeah.
Whether you believe in souls or not, or anything like that, but that's what AI is missing, is the soul.
But the thing is, and also here's the big frustration about working with AI with music or whatever. The great thing about music programs like Suno is they will break out all of the tracks that you can take and put them into other programs.
Right.
The problem with generative AI, and now that I've made an album, I can say this. The problem with generative AI, like in Suno, you need 6 seconds or more if you want to make a change. And it generates the entire thing.
Right.
So
you have to edit out.
So you need
little
to.
moments.
And that was a huge problem on the first album that I was doing. I was like, oh my God, I fucking hate this.
Isn't it fun? It's like, to me, it's like, oh God, I can't compose a score myself, but like,
oh yes, you can now.
Now I could for an imagined movie. And that's the thing, is like, I would never want to work in a way where I'm just like doing the score myself. I would like, perfect example. One of my goals is I want to work with CK Smile and have him do a score. I want him to be my Danny Elfman. That's what I would love that. But look, I have to get the movie. I have to get the budget. I have to get producers to approve this person who's never done a score before. There's all these hoops that I have to go through to make that happen.
Yeah.
It's worth it if I get the opportunity, and then I have to convince him, because it's like, well, it's not going to be a lot of money for you, at the beginning of this. You aren't going to get rich on this first one, but if we can build something. But again, it's all these factors that before. Sorry,
but no. I just want to add to this. What you're saying is, for instance, the reason that I would never want to do something all myself with AI is because the great thing about filmmaking or any kind of collaborative art, like if you're a musician, if you have a great producer, like I'm a huge fan of Trevor Horn, if you have a great producer in a studio, it's the collision of ideas and the frisson that creates something that is different. That AI, you can't all you can do is prompt AI, and all AI is doing is whatever you're saying, it's using a median of everything. What you don't have is a spark of inspiration.
There's nothing better than saying, this is what I'm sort of picturing this. And then you get someone who goes, how about this? And you go,
That's
that. Yeah, that's so much better.
When I started working with Max Allan Collins, the whole process of True Noir, we did this. He gave me a script that was going to be and we did an early iteration of it with different actors and stuff, but when he sat down and wrote it, like he's like going to adapt his own novel, and he did it in 10 chapters. When I first got his first chapter in, I read it and was like, okay. I thought I'd hire some friends of mine and we do this cool audio drama. And I read his script and I'm like, oh, I can't do that. I was like, this script is incredible. Like, this is an incredible piece of work. And so suddenly I went back to Mike and I said, this is going to cost a lot more than we thought. Because I said, I got to hire Christine Cheeks to help me cast this and produce it. We have to hire real actors. Not that the people I don't know aren't going to be good, but this is A-list. This is an A-list script. We have to make an A-list audio drama. And I'd never known. And Mike, God bless him, said absolutely 100%. Let's do it. And it cost a hell of a lot more money than we even conceived of in the beginning. Like
Right.
we asked for, we were going to do a Kickstarter for $50,000. It cost 10 times that.
Right.
And 10 times that. And it was much. And now people would say, is it worth it? Well, I don't know. We'll know if it's worth it because it's coming out on all these different platforms. Yeah. And we won't know. People are like, they bitch at me and complain, where's the Blu-ray? Where's the CD, the soundtrack? Oh, I got them all here. I can make them in a week if I had to.
Right.
But we had to wait to find out about distribution, because we owe a lot of people a lot of money. I owe a lot of people a lot of money on this because we borrowed and begged and did all this stuff. But it did get picked up for distribution because the people, like, in terms of who picked it up, a huge company. It was like getting released by Universal or Warner Brothers or Disney.
Finally,
which finally they heard it and they're like, this is amazing. We finally got to the right people.
Because the thing is, here's the thing. When we get the opportunity, you and I can say this. We know a lot of people who do the same, who feel the same way and everything. We always try to make everything that we do, no matter what the budget and everything, as prestige as possible. I mean, it's not always going to be there and stuff, but we at least try, because the thing is, we also come from an era and a generation and everything else where we were so seduced and entranced by the things that we love that we aspire to get to that level, even when we're budgetarily like not able to, but we try. And I think that's the thing. We try.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what you get with us, is that we're contemplative about every aspect of the production. And because we worked in every aspect, I think one of the interesting things about what I see happening around today is so many people don't know what we know, only because we've done all kinds of different things. We've worked in various aspects. We have some, by the way, we lost some super chats. Somebody sent some generous super chats in earlier. I want to get to Major Chai Chai says, Rob, I saw your post about loving the beauty. I like the contagion aspect and implications, but find the tonal shifts with the various storylines distracting. Okay, for those of you who haven't seen The Beauty, first of all, it's fucking awesome, and Major Chai Chai is totally right.
I have not seen it yet.
But it's so look, if you watch, you know what it is? It's the X-Files meets the substance by way of Slither.
Okay.
I mean, it's beautifully made. It's totally outlandish, but I do think that the tonal shift, it is not straightforward like the X-Files, but it announces what it is. If you're not on board with the opening scene, the first 10 minutes with Bella Hadid in Paris, it tells you exactly what it's going to be. And I look at it, I just think it's a hoot. I think, and the fourth episode goes beyond. It's just got a
Well,
lot.
now I got to talk to you, Rob. So I saw a couple things this week. I wrote this list. I wrote. What did I watch? I wrote this list down. So I watched Wonder Man, which I really had a great time with.
Fantastic.
So much
It's
fun.
fantastic.
Not a superhero movie, which was really refreshing.
So good.
And the chemistry between Ben Kingsley and him, I can't.
If you would have asked me if
name.
Trevor Slattery was going to come back to the MCU and be used multiple times, I would have said, "Are you out of your mind?"
What a great character, though! What
Oh my God.
amazing, great character. So I really enjoyed that, and especially when you live in Los Angeles and you see all the locations. They were like, "Oh, I've been there. I know that.
Dude,
I know."
the Doorman episode.
Oh, it was so
genius.
good. So good.
Genius.
It was like, oh, where's the Doorman? Oh, they're right next to Michelli's. I know exactly where that club is. I've been there.
Bordner's.
Yeah. No, it was Michelli's. They were right next to Michelli's. They weren't at Bordner's. No, there's a club next to Michelli's. It's not Bordner's.
No, I know, but it's
So-
it's that whole area. It was kind of supposed to be like that.
But the Eagle Rock Theater, which is now Vidiots, and all this stuff is it's very fun.
And
It's
by the
very
way,
fun.
can I say that I think that Terry Matalas's Vision Quest is going to have a similar success in terms of its characterization.
Oh, good. I hope so. That's great.
I hope so too.
I also saw today. I went and saw Send Help, Sam Raimi's new movie.
I saw it last night.
So much fun.
My first 4DX movie.
Oh man,
I had never seen it in 4DX. Whoever designed the 4DX for Send Help was a fucking genius, because every time there was mucus or spit,
you got splattered,
or blood, or hitting. I mean, I loved it. I
love the fact that it was. Here's the thing: it was a Sam Raimi movie.
By the way, I saw it in 4DX 3D.
3D, but it was a Sam Raimi movie. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Rachel's performance is fucking so
both
layered
of them were
and so
incredible.
great. No, both are great. Both are great.
And Sam, you know what's so funny?
I just think that well, two things. I think the third act it wrapped up a little too quick. I wanted to see more in that environment that they were in. I don't want to spoil it for those who haven't seen it yet, but I wanted to see more, because it was like, oh, this would be a nice leveling of the playing field type of thing that I thought would have been much more interesting if they had lengthened that out. The middle section was a little too long with some of that stuff. The other thing is, I'm a huge Survivor fan, so I definitely related to the character on that level. Like, I religiously watch Survivor. It's my favorite show. So I really love that.
And there's
I love
a lot of
the
unexpected reversals in the film. A lot of pathos and
very
emotion
much so.
I didn't expect.
And the thing is, at the very end, if you stick through the end credits, Sam did dedicate the movie to Scott Spiegel, which was really, really nice, really sweet.
I thought that was really sweet. And by the way, something else I talk about the end credits. So Steve Asbell, the quiet king of franchises, the president of 20th Century Studios, he had to deal with being the president that they had to make a co-president coming over from Fox Searchlight.
Okay.
If you look at the end credits, because they had Fox credits, the Fox Searchlight guy is above Steve Asbell.
Okay.
And then below, it's like Steve Asbell, president, their This is the most insulting thing. Knowing Steve, I mean, I've never dealt with him professionally, but as a geek and as a fellow Star Trek fan, he's been on Glorious Trek-Spurts and all that. I'm offended. Because Steve Asbell's been at Fox since the 90s. He started out as a PA, or an intern, pardon me. Highly educated. He's the guy responsible for the fact that Predator, Hellraiser, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, all these, I call him the quiet king of franchises. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have these things. And who do you think got fucking Send Help made?
It's
Just
So
saying.
much fun. It's just it's so much fun.
Dude, I had a hoot. You know what? The audience had. I went and saw Iron Lung, and I went and saw Send Help. Alvaro and I have been doing these double
Double features,
features.
right?
Incredible. So much
And
fun.
then the other thing, Rob, and I can't wait to hear what you think about this. I watched something else this week
Ooh.
that I have not watched one of these things for a very, 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 very long time.
Uh-oh.
And boy, do I have to say, I was so charmed by
Oh, I think it's full frame for this. I don't even know what you're going to say.
and just so captivated. No, you have to be on the screen for this. You have to be on the screen for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's so innovative. It's so fun.
Don't you dare. Don't say what you're looking at.
Starfleet Academy is just so fun. It's so good. And it's not slavish to anything that came before.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you talking about this week's episode? Where they destroyed another fucking base civilization from the Star Trek universe?
I'm kidding. But I did. I for the first time. I've never watched Next Generation.
But you watched this episode with the Klingons.
Yeah, I never watched Next Generation. I never watched Voyager, Deep Space Nine, anything that's come from except for the movies. And then I watch this, and I'm like, I know it's not good. But the thing is, it's so because now I watch it because all I can picture is you just raging when Holly Hunter like sits on her chair with her feet up and she's walking barefoot and they're saying asshole and shit and fuck you and stuff. It's just like
Do you know the I'll
but
tell you
it's a
something.
handsomely made movie, and boy, the production design is very pretty. It's a very pretty production design. You can't give it.
Do you think that a spacefaring vessel would have that much empty space in it?
I just but the cast is so charming. They're so good. They're so good. I can't wait to see where it goes from here. I'm just so captivated. Like, what happens next?
Why
It's
you gotta
just
do me like this? Why? I mean, I was supportive of you. Look, here's the thing. I saw. So that episode of Starfleet Academy and Iron Lung.
yeah,
We haven't talked about Iron Lung,
right.
and
We talked a little bit about it.
I want to talk about. I want to talk about Iron Lung from two different perspectives that I think are really important. First of all, Iron Lung was born out of love. It was born out of one of the oldest YouTubers.
Yes, I mean, you could say I didn't know about this guy, but you could say that Five Nights at Freddy's is a success due to him.
I mean, Markiplier is one of the oldest. Like I said, 38 million subscribers. He's a beloved figure,
Right?
And everything about him, I love. I admire. His love of horror video games, Twitch streamers. He's had his mom wrote a book. I mean, there is nothing about Markiplier that I don't like. Nothing.
I understand he gives a lot to charity.
Yeah, there's nothing about him I don't like. And this was an indie video game that he loved.
Yeah,
the lore is cool. And
he got to make it for $3 million.
Paid for this movie himself.
Right.
Everything about what he did, I loved. I wanted to love this movie. I wanted to go in and see what the Pew Pew Brothers. No, but we had to see Talk to her and bring her back
Right.
are amazing. You know, these were guys that these brothers were people that cut their teeth on YouTube. They made
Yeah.
2 amazing horror films.
Yep.
And so I wanted Markiplier I wanted him to be the man. I wanted him to make this. I wanted him to be the new Cronenberg.
But at least he had a much bigger success with, at least with his target audience, than Chris Tuckman did. And I haven't seen Shelby Oaks, so I can't weigh on that either.
Well, yeah, but I would say that I hated this movie.
Okay.
And I hate myself for hating it.
But did you hate Starfleet Academy more? Because it's so fun. I mean,
your mind, dude. Come on.
Holly Hunter is so charming. And then the lesbian Klingon with
you mean the polyamorous Klingon family at the end
with the Tig
Navarro. She's a half Klingon, dude. She's a half Jemadar, half. I mean, don't even.
But then there's her girlfriend Tig.
Yeah, they're together. They're a couple.
Yeah, they're together. And then are they? I was wondering about this too. You could probably tell me about this.
Why are you dragging me into this conversation? Why?
It's
about video games.
So is the Klingon and the other guy, like, are they going to like hook up or something? Because that was when they were breathing, it was kind of gay.
Kind of.
I was like, oh, what's going on here?
If you're not,
they're going where no man has gone before.
I mean, modern Star Trek is so off the rails on so many directions. And by the way, why is it that under Kurtzman's watch, in the Kelvin universe, they destroyed Romulus and Vulcan. And in the Prime universe, they've now destroyed Kronos and they've destroyed the Federation. This is the most creatively bankrupt. I can't even believe that trademarks are... all they do is destroy trademarks.
But wasn't Paul Giamatti fun?
No, Dave.
Wait, he's not.
No. I am watching the devolution of American culture. I think, by the way, you know what? It's really sad because nowadays this entertainment is designed that the audience is supposed to recognize themselves in the characters of the show. And that was true, by the way, of Iron Lung as well.
Is it doing well?
No, it's not. Because the audience they think they're going after doesn't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't watch this shit. They don't like Star Trek. They're not aspirational. They're all neurodivergent, crazy trauma victims. They don't believe in America. Sure. They don't believe in the United States. They don't believe in the Bill of Rights. They don't believe in anything. What they believe in is their own comfort. And don't get me started because I will go off.
I know. I
will go off on a rant. I'll tell you something. Everything I've said this. I used to joke about this after I saw
intentionally riling you up. Yeah.
Everything wrong with the United States,
everything
wrong with the West, is encompassed by the motherfuckers who are making Star Trek. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Everything wrong with everything the United States should be is exemplified in Star Trek since 2009. And the people that try and justify it are the same people that are trying to justify the chipping away of the Bill of Rights, chipping away. You made me get political. But you know what? Modern Star Trek is made by hateful, spiteful people that want to get back at the fucking man.
Well, let me ask you
they're anti-future, anti-America. And I sound like people, but this is one of the episodes where people are like, well, Rob Burnett's become a right-wing supremacist. No, what I am not is I'm tired of weak-willed ninnies that are going to lead us all off a fucking cliff. Star Trek used to be, when you have Steve Shives equating MAGA to meritocracy, fuck you, Steve Shives. You're a fucking asshole. I used to watch you and I had a love-hate relationship with you, but man, you did a video that put me off because what you're doing is a Star Trek fan telling half of the country that they're terrible. No. We need to find common ground. We all need to find common ground. We need to find common ground with people that we hate. And we need to do it by, Dave, what did I say 2 weeks ago? I said, you know what? We all believe this year in the 250th anniversary of America. Do you know why that is a great organizing principle? Because all of us who live here love where we live, ultimately. We need to figure out, why is it we love America? And the same answer to that question is why we love Star Trek. Because Star Trek is, and people might disagree with me, but you're wrong, Star Trek is about American excellence. It's about American excellence. It always was. Not that Americans are the greatest people in the world, but we aspire to be better than who and what we are. And that's what America is all about. America is a country that aspires to be better. And by the way, we're never good enough. The great thing about America is we're always aspiring to get better. And the problem is there are people that want to wallow in their own mediocrity. That is not American. And we have got this mindset that our trauma or our problems are excusing the fact that we're not the best we can be. And Star Trek is about being the best we can be despite your problems. And Starfleet Academy is a show that's all about, when you show a Romulan girl giving you the double bird, I'm done. I'm done. Because you don't believe in your own concept. And the people that have made Star Trek since 2009, they don't believe in Star Trek. They don't believe in America. And I'm not saying the America that exists today. It's the America that our founding fathers knew was an evolutionary country. We always could get better. And they built it into our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. And we have forgotten this. And the people that make Star Trek are peddling swill that no one needs to fucking listen to, because it tells you that being mediocre is okay. It's not okay. Do not wallow in your mediocrity. Do something and make yourself better. So how about that, Dave? Was that good?
Rob,
was that good?
Rob,
do I get an Academy Award for that? By the way, I wasn't acting.
But so you're saying you didn't like when Holly Hunter was like flirting with the Klingon that she clearly hooked up with a long time ago.
Dude, you know why? Because all of this weird flirting.
Because you like already sex and you like sex, and Holly Hunter's like she's a little freaky.
Dude, Dax married Worf. They've already done all this, but these dumb fucking motherfuckers have never watched Star Trek.
So
by the way, this episode of Starfleet Academy, they can't even pronounce Kahless right. Kahless, a character that was introduced in the 3rd season of the original series. They don't even know the proper pronunciation of the Klingon homeworld. They can't even say stardates right. Fuck these writers. Fuck this show. Fuck them. They are the problems. And everyone, you know what's so funny? People are like, Rob, you're a total lefty. No fucking way. Then people say, Rob's a white supremacist. No fucking way. You know what I want? I want you to be better. I want us to be better. Can we be better? Everybody can be better. That's what Star Trek is about. Being better than you are. All these motherfuckers think they're great. You're not fucking great. And certainly the people who are making Star Trek now aren't. And neither are the people that have enabled them to make this gigantic pile of fucking swill. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. You suck. All of you. You people don't even do your goddamn homework. You're every kid gets a trophy world. And you know what? I can't wait till you get fucking punched in the face for the first time. Oh my God. You know what Mike Tyson says? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Oh yeah.
How's that for Midnight Metal? You know what?
Well, that's super metal right there.
Dave, that's my problem with modern Star Trek.
Okay.
Ultimately, it is about the mediocrity of people, and we celebrate that.
And
what they've done, you know what they did to the Klingons? Do you know what the Klingons, what they are mistakenly coded for?
Well, they neutered them for sure.
Okay,
they
that's the problem. What the dumb people would say is that the Klingons are an entire civilization based on toxic masculinity, which actually isn't the way they were created in the 60s. You could see them as the Russians, some people said, maybe the Romulans were the Chinese, but the Klingons were the adversaries. But what's interesting is if you look at the 3 great original series episodes with Klingons, the first season's Errand of Mercy with John Colicos as Kor, the second season's Trouble with Tribbles, Captain Koloth with William Campbell. Ah, my dear Captain Kirk. Ah, my dear Captain Koloth. They knew each other. Not only did they know each other, they liked each other. Kor and Kirk had never met. Kirk was undercover. But by the end of that episode, you had Kirk and Kor arguing against the Organians to fight a war. And then they both realized that's ridiculous. And they stopped the war, and Kor's like, yeah, but you know what? It would have been glorious. That's what he says. And in the 3rd season episode, Day of the Dove, you have an alien entity fomenting a war between the Klingons and the Federation in the lower decks of the Enterprise. And it's at the end of that episode, Kirk and Kang, Michael Ansara's Kang, Manitou, Michael Ansara, they're like, they come together and they realize there's an alien force fomenting enmity between them. And they stop fighting. And it shows that the Klingons are not cardboard villains. They are literally portrayed as mustache-twirling villains. And every single major Klingon in the original series turns out to listen to reason, to understand that we are equals. We might be in opposite sides, we might have different points of view, but we are equals. But what do they do? What does modern Star Trek do? They destroy every single race. The Vulcans, we're not called the Vulcans anymore. We've reunited with the Klingons, which was cool if they'd done it well. You have to destroy the Klingon homeworld. Their ridiculous concept of the burn, all the dilithium crystals blow up and the Klingon homeworld was destroyed. Dilithium was used for faster than light travel, but in the new Star Trek, every reactor had it. They're so dumb. These people, god damn.
Can I ask you something?
I have to stop.
Can I ask you? I mean, I know, here's the thing, because we never talk about Star Trek.
It's true.
And I'm bringing it up now.
You did.
I did. I brought it up. I
fucking hate what they've done to Star Trek.
No, I know.
I hate it with a passion.
But remind me, you liked Picard season 3, correct?
Yep. And
can
I say something about that?
Hold on. But what I really want to know is, so before that, what was the last Star Trek thing that you liked?
Star Trek 6. No, that's not fair.
I'm
joking.
I didn't know.
I liked Deep Space Nine. I liked half of Voyager, and I liked a quarter of Enterprise.
Okay, all right.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what I think about Star Trek. All of Star Trek from 1987, so Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. And people will say that, well, Rob, Deep Space Nine's very anti-Roddenberry. However, you had Gene Roddenberry co-creating, when he created Star Trek The Next Generation, Dorothy Fontana was there, David Gerrold was there, so was Rick Berman. Rick Berman worked directly with Gene Roddenberry. And Rick Berman knew, and even to this day, I don't think he quite groks Star Trek. But Rick Berman knew that he was there to preserve a legacy. He understood that Star Trek was a phenomenon, whether he liked it or not. It began in 1966, and when he took over, when he started working on the show in 86, after Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, and it debuted in 87, he knew that he was looking at a show that was already 20 years old, that had this rich legacy. And he was working with the original creator, and rightly or wrongly, what they had to do was maintain the values of the show that created this fervent fan base, this thing that had inspired so many people that an American space shuttle was named Enterprise because of a letter writing campaign. Now, Berman was not particularly interested in Star Trek lore, didn't give a fuck. What he cared about was great stories, and they really hit their stride when Michael Piller was brought on board in season 3, and they focused on, he said, instead of looking out there, let's make sure that all of our stories begin with one of our characters, and we make it character-driven, and that's when Next Generation started to sing. And then Michael Piller, Rick Berman, and Jerry Taylor, and all the people that went on to do Deep Space Nine, and Roddenberry passed away in 91, so he never saw Deep Space Nine or Voyager. But they tried to maintain, Berman tried to maintain the same very thing, and for the most part, it pretty much worked. What happened to Star Trek in 2009 when Bad Robot took it over, you had a man in J.J. Abrams, didn't give a fuck. He'll say it in every interview. You can look it up on YouTube and watch him go, I never liked Star Trek. It was too intellectual. Yeah, it was too intellectual, you fuck. Fuck you. You and your fucking... Look, Bob Orsi's dead. He drank himself to death, probably because he saw these motherfuckers ruining Star Trek, because he loved it.
That's
but Alex
sad.
Kurtzman...
That's very sad.
It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Jeez.
Terrible. But you
I
know what?
didn't know
Alex
that.
Kurtzman,
Wow.
Alex Kurtzman, talk about Craven. I mean, what they've done with Star Trek, it's been a business thing, and they've held on to it. And the people that love Star Trek now, they don't know the difference.
No.
Because no one's going back and watching it, and I don't want to. If you find Star Trek and you love it now, go back and watch the original series and all of the 20 years or 30 years or 40 years of Star Trek that existed before what you're watching now.
60 years.
Well, it's 60 years now, but 2009 to now. But I would say this, Star Trek speaks for itself. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to my rants. Go back and watch, do a cursory glance. No, you should. Go back if you're interested. Go back and say, what are the 10 best episodes of the first season of the original series? You watch those episodes. You know why? They speak for themselves. They don't need.
You know what my favorite is? Spectre of the Gun.
You know what? An episode I didn't like as a kid, but I've come to really appreciate because it's so surreal and interesting because they were trying to save money. But not a bad episode.
So, Rob, well, let's.
Why did you derail me in this way?
Because I know it was easy and it was going to be interesting for a few minutes. But let's go back. There's been a lot of super chats now. Let's go back and a lot of them are on this topic. So we'll let's do them. So everyone's happy. And everyone's happy that we brought this on to Midnight Metal. And we all know that Starfleet Academy is the most metal version of Star Trek.
Dude,
super chats. We'll go to super
Major
chat.
Chai says the stream's public now. Real Thomas Logan says Robert Picardo next week, Starfleet Academy. Do we really know John Christopher was human? Are you really telling me that we're gonna reference back the Saturn probe? Really? From Tomorrow's Yesterday? Was human? Maybe he wasn't. Not hard for a Klingon to disguise himself. Was that Braca? Dude, I don't know. I didn't say it. We talked about Jericho. R&B saw your post about loving the beauty. Oh, we talked about that. I like the contagion aspect, the implications, but find the tonal shifts for the various stories distracting. Darth Plato said to send a super chat, says Kelvin Wellborn. Castle Grayskull, Dave. Well, we have to read this. Dave.
Yes.
This one is for you. You are gorgeous.
She does wear glasses. Maybe she's not wearing them tonight. So,
Major come on. You know there's nothing better than naked girls in glasses. Come on. Major Chai says
not wearing them. She says I'm gorgeous. It's like we know
you're gorgeous.
No way.
Girls wearing glasses.
Thank you.
Major Chai says I love the Night of the Seven Kingdoms too because it's great. It's great. Silly Goose 7163 says, what we're all drinking tonight, ladies and gents, let me hear it. Well, I'm now drinking an old-fashioned, that I love.
We're drinking Major Chai's Clyde Mays whiskey.
That is amazing.
It was really good, too.
I'll bet she sent me this liquor sampler that was really good too. Kenneth Colton
That's
says,
yeah.
monthly residuals, gentlemen. Are you guys watching Fallout Season 2? Talk about video games. Fallout is a great fucking video game adaptation.
Yeah,
Dave.
but I have not watched it. Sorry.
Paradise is in 23 days. Very stoked. I love Paradise. I can't wait to see it come back. Paradise and For All Mankind might be my two favorite genre shows. Although I have to say, I do love. I don't even know what I was going to say.
Ted Lasso.
I do love that. Destiny
He's
Captain
great
says, Rob, what
forever.
size T-shirt do you prefer? XL or 2XL? I kind of like looser T-shirts, just a little loose. So 2XL. But
For
I need
when
to
he
get
dances at the Robservation, the Robsertorium or whatever it's called, and
Robservatory, Dave.
the Robservatory. It's like when he dances, he needs a little room to move around. He doesn't show that on stream, but he does it a lot.
Steve
It's
Cantino.
like a scene from Silence of the Lambs, if you guys
Cantino.
know it.
Yeah, is she reaming family?
Oh, he does the talk.
Why is Paul humming the theme of the corridor? They cut that out, thank God. Ludicrous. Jason Webster says Kurtzman Trek made Starfleet look like Mr. Magoo's blindly bumbling through space. Nothing
I love
aspirational
Mr.
about it.
Magoo.
Okay, I know. Okay. Jason Webster says I wouldn't even have the writers group of Starfleet Academy write the menu for the Paramount commissary. I agree.
Do you see what they eat on Starfleet Academy? I wouldn't eat that shit.
Real Thomas Logan says, Bobby and Dave, making Braca Paul Giamatti responsible for major TOS, Kirk's True Origin, and TNG events, and tying him to Kurlan culture gives Starfleet Academy serious weight. Okay, you are trolling me. And again,
but he paid for that. He paid for that troll. So cheers to you.
Fuck, you know what? Here's the thing: they didn't earn the right to do this. And they're just destroying, and on purpose. Here's the funny thing: if they're canon, if they want to play with canon, why is it that 1,000? Let me ask you something, Dave. When was the last time you thought about something 1,000 years ago? Just off the cuff,
when I thought about not recently.
This show is obsessed because any Star Trek show, it's so creatively bankrupt that they're putting people on the walls. This is now Starfleet Academy. We're 1,000 years or 800 years in the future or whatever. And they're just putting stuff on the walls. Oh, you remember these people, don't you? We're starting up Starfleet Academy. What that's saying is, are you telling me in the last 800 years, there's been nobody worthy of note of putting on that wall?
Besides Kirk? No way.
There's only, Captain Uhura. Great, I understand. But that is so, this show is so, modern Star Trek is as creatively bankrupt as, I don't know. I can't even think of
the funny thing that I did notice, especially on the last two episodes.
Oh, you've watched 2?
I've watched all 4.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this show's over.
No,
I was going to do Midnight Metal.
Stop it. Come on. Stop it. I did notice that someone that I know directed those last 2 episodes of Star Trek.
Oh, I know her too.
No, Doug Arniakowski.
Oh, okay.
Who used to work? He worked at Full Moon, and he was also Robert Rodriguez's first AD for a long time.
Fantastic.
Just sharing things that I know. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm just saying that
So they have a lot to answer for, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Maybe we can get him on the show.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
For the 100th episode, once you get after we talk to Nia DaCosta, that you're gonna get.
Yeah, for the 100th show. Well,
for the 100th show, so we can talk about Candyman and Iron Maiden.
Well, I mean,
now, do you think? Okay, let's. Here's a question for you. Do you think as you pee in a bottle that you don't want everyone to see, which is why I'm on camera right now.
That's not true. I spilled some pee in a bottle. You mean as I was picking up discs I knocked over by accident?
Oh no! Look at all those wrapped discs. The treasure trove of glory. Who do you? Okay, do you think it was? Do you think it was in the script? Do you think Alex Garland wrote Iron Maiden, or was it Nia DaCosta?
No, Alex Garland wrote it. He wrote that
Alex
script. That's totally Alex Garland.
So that was okay. All right. 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 There's more super chats.
Must include bonus residuals for the smart and handsome Mr. Dave Parker. Together we are one. Kenneth Colton says that. Well, Dave.
Wow.
I sent Miss
yeah, I know.
Metal. I sent you her
I'm raking up the dough here tonight. This is great.
Yeah. I have no problem sending that if you want me to. Although you have to understand, I can send him a tip right away, but I have to send him a super chat on the 21st or 22nd or 23rd of the month when YouTube pays out. So, I'm just saying.
Rob, what do you think about Megadeth's last album coming out soon?
Well, Megadeth is not one of my favorites, Dave, but why is it their last album?
Because Dave Mustaine has problems with his hands. He's got a medical condition that he's retiring.
That is sad. That is sad. That is sad.
That is sad. I mean,
by the way, I always pee outside, just so you know.
They're a great metal band.
Yeah, I know.
They are a great metal, and with you, not one of my favorites though. Not one of my favorites. Although I appreciate a lot of their stuff, but
yeah, 100%. Totally.
Yeah.
By the way,
Silly Goose. Silly Goose said 20.
This week, the K-pop Demon Hunters hot toys went up for pre-order. I copped them immediately. Have you seen them and thoughts? If so, yes, I did. Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Now here's something that this is okay. You want if this is not what I was going to get into, but if you want to get into a philosophical discussion. So, Dave, there are action figures, as you know, both Sideshow and Hot Toys, and now In Art, and here's my Homelander.
The thing is, I only own one hot toy, and that's because of you.
Right.
And it's the Crow. Yeah. Thankfully, to you.
So you don't have Starlight from the boys. It's okay.
No, but those are really nice. I can appreciate them all. You know what the thing is? I want hot toys of things that haven't been made into movies and stuff. Like where is my Gene Colan Tomb of Dracula figure?
Somebody will get into that.
Eventually. Where's my Jack Russell Werewolf by Night? Where but there's an action figure of the Werewolf by Night from the Michael Giacchino thing, and
no, there isn't.
Thing, there's the Marvel Legends of that the Man thing, but not hot toys.
Not scale.
No, I have a beautiful. My Man thing is over there.
Yeah.
That's how long it
but so here's the thing. So Sideshow first started out when they decided that their Star Wars line, they were now going to make figures from the animated shows. So they had to make a choice. They had to decide philosophically, are we going to make figures that fit with the rest of our line so they look like they're quote unquote real people, or are we going to make them look animated? I think they made the smart choice. And they decided, okay, if there's an Anakin Skywalker from the Clone Wars that we're going to make into a figure, let's make him look like Hayden Christensen. Let's try and make him look. And they made a distinct choice, Sideshow did. And then Hot Toys did the same thing. They're like, if we're going to make Clone Wars figures, we are going to use the likenesses and we're going to. So now we get to K-pop Demon Hunters. Problem is there is no live action K-pop Demon Hunters. We don't know what they would look like. So what you're left with, and by the way, I want that fucking yellow jacket. I would wear the hell out of that jacket. If somebody could make me a motorcycle jacket, I would.
You should.
Totally.
I mean, there's things that you can pull off still, but maybe not that. Maybe you might look good in yellow. I haven't
Dude,
seen
I
you in.
just need to get, if I
No,
can
but I
get.
just haven't seen you in yellow. I mean, regardless of the look, we're old, and the thing is, we can say we're gonna like.
Yeah,
I
I would wear the
want
shit
to.
out of that jacket.
I want to slim. I look. I want. I need to. I'm working on it, slimming down, and still. But
I
we're
look
at
much better
an
slimmed down. 50
we're
pounds
at
would
an
be great.
advanced age now where it's very difficult for people and or people
No.
out
It's
there.
not.
No,
It's not difficult. It's the same thing as it is for everybody. Less alcohol and better food and working out. It's amazing what that can do for you.
well, I only drink on this show, which is so I only drink every 2 weeks.
Well, that's kind of the way
And
I've
that's
been
it.
not drinking either. So, except when I go out with Alvaro. But anyway, let me just say the problem with K-pop Demon Hunters. I love the figures, the way they look. I do not like the faces because they're forced
They're
in.
animated.
Yeah, they're anime faces, and I don't like that. My whole point of collecting action figures is I like them as representations of real people, and K-pop Demon Hunters are not that. Like one of my favorite anime figures. I mean, I do have a Kaneda figure and a Tetsuo figure from Akira, but they look like the animated versions. My very favorite animated figure of all time is the Captain Harlock figure from Hot Toys, from
That's
the
cool.
3D film. Although my jacket disintegrated, so I
Oh,
would really
that's
love
sad.
to. Yeah, I know. So
Um,
anyway,
if there's a, this is an interesting question. Just a random side quest.
mm,
If you could, if you could dress and look like any fictional character, any sort of like look, which one would it be?
can it be from a movie?
Of course.
Mickey Rourke in 9.5 Weeks.
I don't remember what he wore that was so
He just had
distinct.
great clothes.
Okay.
Either that or Richard Gere in American Gigolo.
Rob's like his shoulder pads.
No, not necessarily. Like I would assume that whatever Julian looked like in the night in the 2000, look, I would love it. The problem is here's the
I think I
problem
would
that.
probably have to do a Lost Boys thing.
Well, that'd be great too. But we're older. But I would say this. Here's the thing: to wear great clothes, you have to have a great body. You have to be in good shape. You to wear, because designers are not designing for people that aren't in
Schlubs.
good shape. Well, so my whole thing, I've always loved.
Fuck.
I've never been fashionable in my life. It's easier to wear t-shirts because
That's
great.
not true. You know what, guys? When I met Rob Burnett for the first time, he was wearing a long trench coat. His
Okay.
hair was slicked back. He was
Okay.
trying to be Decker like a motherfucker.
Okay, dude. I used to wear cool clothes. I used to do. The problem with that is it requires great maintenance, and the clothes themselves require great maintenance. You can't have good clothes. You've got to take care of them.
What happens to us? Why do we like fall apart as we get older and just not do it
I don't think
anymore?
we have to. Like, look at a movie like The Great Beauty.
No, I'm talking about us, not
Well,
them.
because we don't live. We don't have.
I mean, I walk 5 miles a day. It's just not enough.
Well, you got to do more. But you got to.
I know.
It's nutrition.
Like I got to looks max. We're not mogging, Rob. We're not mogging.
Okay, Dave. Yeah, but you know what? Those guys are looks maxing and not mogging, or they're mogging, but they're not eating poussoir.
No, but the thing is, we have to we have to take meth so we don't eat anymore, and we have to take peptides and steroids and all this stuff. This is
For
what
what, dude?
people do
For what?
to looks max to mog. We got to mog.
For what reason?
So we can wear these clothes that you're talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, absolutely, but I don't see. I mean, you get older, and it's like at the end
Getting
of the
older
day,
sucks, guys.
I
If
don't
you
think
haven't realized,
I
I
don't
mean,
think
some of it's great. The wisdom is great. The wisdom is great. Not much else.
I disagree, man.
Okay.
I think you can keep everything flowing if you I don't think I honestly believe that for the most part I think that Even though having a lot of tragedy in your life and wondering if I'm going to lose my house, which could very well happen. I mean, there's a lot of stress all the time.
I
But
know,
if you
and then
counter
what we
that
do is
stress,
then we then we comfort ourselves with like popcorn and shitty food and stuff like that.
I just don't eat. There's no
That's
money I
not
don't eat.
true,
I'd rather
Rob.
have a disc. I'd rather have a disc. I do miss smoking.
But we do.
I haven't
This is
smoked
the
since I
first.
met Elizabeth 10 years
This is
ago.
the first time I've had a cigarette in over a week.
Dude, I
Which
gotta
is
tell
not
you,
good. Which is not good.
I
shouldn't
love
be doing
American
it.
Spirit Yellows, and I haven't smoked a cigarette in God,
No,
damn,
this is
10
bad.
years
I've
ago.
been trying to quit, and here I am. It's like again, every 2 weeks I'll end up smoking because I can't help it. I mean, I'll eventually help it because I can't do it anymore. It's bad. Anyway, let's talk about something much more
This is the
metal than.
wildest midnight metal show ever.
And we're not even like super
Castle
drunk.
Grayskull says, I'm wearing my glasses, Dave. Do you know what, Dave? You know what I love about Castle Grayskull? You know,
Everything.
Montreal is a great city.
Montreal is a great city.
And I think,
If you want to go to a really fun,
oh my
beautiful
God,
city, I mean, don't go in the winter. Go in the spring or the summer.
go for Fantasia in the summer.
Oh my God, Montreal is so. The thing is, it's so beautiful,
Castle.
and Canadians are so nice.
The food there's great. There's
Poutine
waterfront
is
there. It's
fresh,
so great.
beautiful.
And
It's
if
beautiful.
she's gonna wear glasses and nothing else,
I told her to wear fishnets and then nothing else.
oh, there you go. There you go. Well, then make that happen. Go there. Kenneth Colton says must include bonus residuals for this smart and handsome Mr. Dave Parker. Together we are one. I think I already said that. I
You
gave
did
you
that.
some residuals today.
You did. It's
go.
amazing.
So Retromeister says outside of Fallout, I'm truly concerned that Phoebe Walker-Bridge will ruin the Tomb Raider show while the new game will continue to ruin Lara Croft's legacy.
The problem is Lara Croft's legacy is about being, no offense, guys, Lara Croft was about being like a super fucking hottie as Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
the legacy
the
of
problem.
Tomb Raider. It's that basic. It's like it was a basic adventure video game, and it was all about her being this hot British chick, which is why the one thing you can't argue that Angelina Jolie did not nail was that aspect of it in her movies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that was Lara Croft is the gender swapped hot Indiana Jones that the audience wants to sleep with.
Look, Indiana Jones was never considered hot. That was the thing.
Well, wait a minute. Harrison Ford was. Come on, dude.
Someone asked, Retromeister asked, is there a red? No, who said? Who? Oh no, wait, it wasn't Retromeister. It was Luke Skywanker. Do they have a red light district in Montreal? Well, they sure used to when I used to go there.
There's a red light district
everywhere. You just have to look.
Yeah.
It's like every person has a story to tell. You just have to listen. It's like there's a red light district everywhere. You just have to look.
That's true. I mean, yeah. Now, by the way, there is some tips too. Darth Plato says, "Hey Rob, Dave is being an ace about being hard to get toward Castle Grayskull. As Madame D. Mantenian once said, nothing is so clever as to conduct oneself irreproachably. Respect, Dave. Dave, are you playing hard to get with Castle Grayskull? Is that what this is all about?"
I mean, playing the game is
playing the game.
Fun.
By the way, Stubble McShave, who has got to have had one of the great nerd years of his life.
Really?
Oh my God.
Catch me up.
Okay. So Stubble McShave is, lives in Sweden, first of all, aside from the Islamic, invasion. Sweden, Swedish chicks, Swedish erotica, Seika.
Not as good as Switzerland, but hey, but pretty damn close.
So he is a great fantasy fan. He
Okay.
loves Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time, and author Brandon Sanderson took over that work.
Right.
Finishing.
Oh,
And Brandon,
the storm thingy.
the storm. Oh, come on, man!
Look, I'm
The
an illiterate fuck when
Cosmere,
it
the
comes to that.
Cosmere stories between Mistborn. I mean, I was reading this. I'm thinking to myself, if anyone had an orgasm reading an
It was Stubble
entertainment news
McShave.
story, it was Stubble McShave reading this, because he is devout. Like, he's a fundamentalist. Brendan Sanderson. By the way, I also watched a great Brandon Sanderson essay I think Stubble sent me about AI, which is really worth a watch.
Oh, that's cool.
Very exciting. Very exciting for Stubble. I was like, Stubble, I am so happy. I talked about him on the John Campea show.
Look at that. You dropped his name.
I did. I dropped it. I said Stubble McShave.
And that Canadian guy let you.
He doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's fine.
I know, but the funny thing is, I watched this week a little bit, and I could tell when he got irritated when you would go off on too many tangents.
That's what I do.
I know.
By the way, Stubble McShave deserves to be a tangent. He sent me books. He is a reader. And by the way, you know what? If I had the kind of deal that Brendan Sanderson made this week is astonishing in entertainment history. It's astonishing. And it shows that Apple, like Stubble, has a lot of faith in this creator. And I wouldn't even know who he is if it wasn't for Stubble McShave. And
Apple has not really gone wrong in any of their
they
stuff.
Have not missed.
I would say pound for pound, Apple has the best programs pound for pound than any streaming channel.
Oh, certainly genre shows. Silo, Foundation.
But even like, again, you get Ted Lasso, which is not a genre show. You get the morning show,
Severance,
which is a great show.
Great show. Yeah.
Severance, I mean, it's a pound for pound.
I wouldn't have known Brendan Sanderson, and Stubble McShave was right. So Stubble, you had a good week. Anyway, Stubble says, I'm really excited by the Apple Sanderson deal. It's a perfect fit. He's had the clout to wait for the perfect deal. Everyone was pursuing him, and he could pick and choose his favorite. How cool is that? How cool is that?
That is. I have a question, Rob. I have a question. Just this is my own personal curiosity. How many readers do you think we have watching us right now? People who actually read physical books.
Well,
guys, chime in. Do you guys read physical books?
Yeah, hang on a second. Or Kindle. No, I don't want to know anyone who listens to audiobooks, even though I've made an audio drama, and I want people to listen to it.
But I'm way more interested in the. I have
to say what we've made is not an audio book that's being read. I've made a true full-on audio drama.
Yeah. But I have an interest in, who reads physical books. And then a weird question.
Okay, well, a
weird question for you too.
Oh,
do you use bookmarks?
Dude, you want to know this? You want to know a weird factoid about me that you can use against me if you want? So when I was a kid, I would have to go to bed, and the only way, like, I didn't want to go to bed, like at 9:00. I was a huge voracious reader,
right?
And I would go into the bathroom, which had the best light in the house, and I would sit on the toilet. I'd have to go to the bathroom. I would sit on the toilet and read. And I would read for like 90 minutes. So like I could read to like 10:30 or 11 because my mom was asleep. And I developed a habit of using a little square of TP, toilet paper, as a bookmark. Now, I would either use TP, or if I was reading a hardcover book, I would use the flap as a bookmark.
Okay.
So, and I love my books, mint condition, but I would use the flap. And when you got to the halfway point, you'd have to flip from the front flap to the back flap. Or if paperbacks, I would use a TP, toilet paper, as a bookmark. But I always used a bookmark. Now I didn't. I loved when I'd get like a bookmark with a like yarn, like the little thing and the
Yep.
dangling. I
I don't
loved
like
that, but
the.
nobody ever gave me those bookmarks. I didn't have them.
No,
So,
the reason I ask, Rob, this is just and thank you guys for all turning in.
by the
I'm
way, I
gonna
have multiple books with squares of toilet paper
I'm
as
gonna I'm
bookmarks.
gonna text you something for your phone. Just between you and me. This is
Okay.
not to share online.
Hmm.
There's a reason I asked this. I want you to weigh in on what you think of this idea. But I don't want you to like say what it is
But you want me
online.
to just respond to it online?
Just react to it. But I'm sending it to you now. But we're not sharing it. I just
Nope.
want you to see what you think. This is a new idea that I have. And eventually I will hopefully be able to share it.
Okay, hold on. It says, oh, wait, hang on.
But don't say what it is.
Hang on, wait. It's for whatever reason having a little difficulty to download. I don't know why.
Thank you for holding on, everyone.
Now I'm looking. It's downloading. It's taking a while. Oh, I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in. This is a really good idea.
Cool.
Okay.
Good.
As Paul McCrane said in a RoboCop, I like it.
I mean, it's not revolutionary, but it's something. Okay. Back to our scheduled program.
Yeah.
Did you get speaking of scheduled programs in television, did you get Don't Be Afraid of the Dark on 4K?
I ordered it.
You haven't gotten it yet. I just
No.
wondered.
Did
I'm
you?
curious, but no, I didn't order it because I don't have any money right now. I'm broke and everything else, and I would like it, but the packaging is really nice. But I looked at the extras, and there's really not anything new on it that I need.
No.
And Blu-rays, I can live with.
Okay,
I have it
so
on Blu-ray.
I actually specifically talked to George Feltenstein about this. And he even said to me, he goes, they did do a 4K restoration of the movie.
Right.
And it was for Warner Archive, and he's like, it's a TV movie.
Right.
You know, it has TV movie cinematography. And I have to say, I've been talking to George Felton. I talked to him a lot this week.
Sure.
He's one of my favorite people in the world. And I was going to talk about this tomorrow, but man, they're doing some cool shit. And if you look at
I know some of the releases that are coming out.
well, no, I mean they've licensed stuff to
That
other people.
I know what I know at least 4 titles that they've licensed out recently.
Yeah, but I mean I'm talking about they personally, Warner Archive. Warner Archive is doing one thing that I can't say what it is, but it's astonishing in terms of and here's the thing. When I say it's astonishing for anybody who loves cinema history, and it's astonishing for what they're doing to restore this property.
Has he talked about Salem's Lot in 4K at all? Did you talk to him about that at all?
No,
Because
but
Arrow's putting that out.
I will say this: he loves Arrow.
And I'm
He loves Cliff.
I'm excited about that because they are putting out that overseas cut as well, which has got more stuff in it.
George Feltenstein loves Arrow. You know, he had a long relationship. Cliff was at obviously Scream when we were there.
Yeah.
And
now he's there.
He's gone over to Arrow, and he's George is like they're just killing. And by the way, they are killing it.
Yeah.
You know, they are killing it. And I finally haven't been able to I had to like I pre-order stuff and I don't have the money, like Wild Style and Under Siege. Finally, I was able to alleviate that. So they're finally coming, but like Excalibur is one of going to be the releases of the year. If you
Yep.
like Excalibur, I mean,
And
there's a lot of stuff. Like Arrow has got licensed; they've licensed 100 Warner Brothers movies.
yeah, no, I know. Like
Uh,
Soldier was announced.
yeah, well, Soldier was, but and that's fine. But the stuff I want, well, I can't say what it is. But if you look at the rich, like Westworld
History.
is a perfect example.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
1973, widescreen film. What they're doing is unbelievable. And if you think about what are all the MGM Warner titles like, if you think back to what are 70s, think about what did Warner Brothers release in the 70s. Now, I'm not saying anyone's releasing these movies, but
we're
let's think
probably
about
getting
it.
a special edition of Looker soon.
The Omega Looker's one of them. Hey, Logan's Run. Oh, by the way, you know what I just realized? Oh, that's Severin. I need to drop some serious coin at Severin.
Oh yeah.
There's so many. You know what? I went through the Severin titles, and I need $1,000. I got to pay people back. I can't buy fucking $1,000 worth of discs.
Yeah, I can't get any of them.
Yeah, Severin has so many crazy shit things that I want. And then there's the Stuntman's coming out in 4K from Radiance, one of my favorite movies of all time. And all the but you know what? Dude, my favorite Jean Rollin movie is coming out from Indicator.
Living Dead Girl?
The Living Dead Girl.
Nice. I remember when we watched that together at Melching's. At Melching's.
Yeah, Melching's. And his friend accused, like, this is on video. I'm like, no, it was a PAL
before there was video.
Yeah, before PAL conversion. Anyway, great stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we're getting so much stuff. So, Miss 50 and Still Metal. I love Miss 50 and Still Metal.
She's do too.
Clearly adept. Yeah. Well, yes. By the way, I did give.
I know. Yeah, he did Miss 50.
Which Holly Hunter and Paul Giamatti characters would you sketch comedy mashup with their Starfleet characters? Example: Holly Hunter's Chancellor meets Raising Arizona.
It would have to be Raising Arizona.
Dude, I want Holly Hunter to be her character from Crash. Right? If she's gonna slink around on
oh my god!
I want to lick up her snail trail.
I mean, she kind of is. She kind of is.
Bury my face in her.
She kind of is with that Klingon. She kind of is.
Yeah, but that was just. I mean, that.
What happens
when
David
Cronenberg? They have done that in Deep Space Nine.
What happens when Cronenberg does a cameo on Starfleet Academy?
I know. Well, he's in the same era.
He is.
He's in. Look, they are. By the way, they are missing out. If they do not have David Cronenberg and Holly Hunter, they are missing.
They're really missing out. They should get Spader in there as a quick cameo too. Just have the three of them reunite.
Dude, if they don't,
have we talked about this ever on the show? Our experience of seeing Crash before it ever got released.
No, I don't know. But by the way, how great would it be to see a sex scene between David Cronenberg and Holly Hunter?
That would awesome. It'd be something.
It'd be epic.
But guys, yeah. So years ago, before Crash, David Cronenberg's Crash ever came out, Rob and I and a group of our friends all got in on the test screening.
Sunset 5.
And it was at the Sunset 5. And we all went, and it was a whole row of us who went and saw it. I was sitting next to Rob. And we watched it. And there were people like Eric Wallace was there, Melching was there, Salamoff was there, all these people that we know, some who've been on the show. And the movie started, we watched it. No one was saying a thing during the movie. It was very quiet during the movie. And then the movie ended. And Rob and I were fucking buzzing. We'd been injected with something. And the rest of the people
Tell you
we were
what,
with,
we were injected with. No, but you're right. We were.
but the rest of our group hated it. Hated the fucking movie. They just didn't get it at all. And I was like, what? And then we all walked out to the lobby and we're all talking. We're all listening to them like go, this movie's not good. What the fuck was this? This is fucking weird and stuff like that. And we're sitting there we're talking and stuff like that. And then I just look over.
We walked outside.
No, we were in the lobby. We were in the lobby.
No, they were down the steps.
No.
outside.
We were in the lobby. I remember this distinctly. Rob, I remember this. We were in the lobby of the Sunset Five. And I look over and I was like, Rob, Cronenberg's right over there.
With
like,
by the way, producer Jeremy Thomas.
Which we didn't know at that time because I'd never seen him before. And I said, we have to go talk to him. He knew, but I didn't know. I said, we got to talk to him.
And we did.
And we went over and talked to him. And I remember distinctly us going, don't change a thing.
Yep.
And kudos to you for temping Scanner's soundtrack into the movie. And they were like, oh, wow. And the thing that shocked me the most was David Cronenberg was short because I was used to seeing him in Nightbreed and he seemed like 6'7" or something. And he was short. And I was like,
no, but that was,
like,
that
they
was
were so nice. They were, I mean, it's like, and then we met Cronenberg again, like a week or two later. He was doing a book signing.
Yeah.
In like Brentwood.
In Westwood. No, in Westwood.
In Westwood. Yeah. And we went. The fact that I can say that I met David Cronenberg twice is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, that was another thing. I mean, LA, one of the things that was great about living in LA, especially in the 90s, was that everybody came here. And you could, like, I remember, were you there at Raleigh Studios when Dario Argento, there was the Dario Argento?
Oh, yeah. I remember because Tarantino couldn't get tickets and you gave him your ticket.
I gave him my yeah, I did.
Deep Red, for Deep Red?
Yeah, for Deep Red. I gave him my, but it was so great when he was like, oh, my friends are still here. We went and saw all of his movies.
I remember. That's the thing. The weird thing is, like, we've had so many. Incredible. I knew I spent 2 Thanksgivings with Tarantino before he was Tarantino. Right when he did Reservoir Dogs and right after he did Reservoir Dogs, I went to the premiere of Reservoir Dogs. It was like the crazy people that we've met. Like, I've had dinner with Dario Argento.
It was.
The thing is, like, I'm trying to think of like all the cinematic heroes. I mean, forget, like, again, I haven't met Spielberg. I haven't met Lucas. I haven't met Coppola. But the horror heroes, I've met all of them.
Yeah. And
every single one of them, including all these ones who are not with us now. I've hung out with Toby Hooper at a party.
Dude, I got to
Romero, I've met.
Romero, I met. I mean, and Toby Hooper, I did Life Force for the discs. Produced that that audio commentary. Interview.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it was wild. We've had that, and here's another thing. When people ask me, earlier on, people were asking about my career. And it's hard to. Would I have liked to have been Stanley Kubrick? Yes. I told people that if early on, if I could have a career, I would like to be a combination of John Carpenter, Stanley Kubrick, and David Cronenberg. That was those were my touchstones. I'm like, can I do that? And people are like, what does that even mean? And like, I didn't know. And I made one movie that I can't even show people because it's out of print. I'd love to get it back. My goal for this year would be to make Free Enterprise and get out the definitive edition of it because I don't feel it's ever been properly released. But that said, You know, being in LA, I've met so many heroes of mine, so many people that have written books, so many people have when Queen of the Damned came out in Pasadena, I met Anne Rice at Roman's Books. You know, she signed my first edition of Interview with the Vampire, Vampire Lestat, and Queen of the Damned that had come out.
I mean,
You
it's
know,
so crazy because it's like through Scowl, we met so many authors as well.
Bernie Wrightson at Scow's
I
house.
mean, I've hung out with Bernie Wrightson several times. Drew Struzan is like, it's just bizarre. It's like the things that we've been afforded. I was like, I hung out with Frank Darabont from when he started Walking Dead to the middle of the first season to the end of the first season.
One of the first people I met in Hollywood was Frank Darabont, because Dave Scow and him and we would meet at House of Pies in 1990.
Yeah. Oh well, and then you would bump into. I would bump into Frank at the Cahuenga newsstand.
Oh,
the
funny thing is like none of this. The unfortunate thing about this is none of the. By the way, can I just get back onto the? Can I speak?
Sorry, guys, we're just name dropped. I
want to talk about
just waxing how lucky
I want to
we've
talk
been.
about Iron Lung. Because I think that I've watched 2 video game adaptations that I hated so much. And Mark Miller, I mean, what he did, raising money and he loved this indie video game so much he wanted to adapt it into his first feature. Here's the thing. And I found this I have to say it was kind of a very interesting experience to me. Both Alvaro, who has written an incredible science fiction novel, Equimedian, and he's had so many articles and done so much stuff. He's a really intelligent man, and I'm a huge fan and an admirer of him. He and I went to Iron Lung with open hearts and open minds. We wanted to love this movie. I thought it was god-awful. I thought it was abysmal. And here's the thing. We didn't want to say this. And at the end, there was applause. Not just smattering, like the audience was there. And when the lights came on, we realized that the audience is all like 20 years old, 25 years old. And this is not to denigrate them at all, because they played the game. They knew the lore. They followed him. He's got 38 million followers on YouTube, which is why, I would make a movie too if I had 38 million followers. I wanted this movie to be great. I read about the lore. I read about the whole, I'm like, fuck yeah, cosmic horror. I couldn't wait to see this movie. The problem was, he didn't know how to make one. The film was I thought it was a kind of a fake movie. He didn't understand cinematic language. He didn't understand, okay, you have a voiceover where you're showing stars and they wink out. I don't care if it's low budget or not. Battle Beyond the Stars is not a big budget movie, but you had a guy like James Cameron who knew how to do things, even though he's using McDonald's, McChicken, whatever.
That was Galaxy of Terror.
Well, no, he was also Battle Beyond the Stars. If you look at they were all that stuff, but both Battle Beyond the Stars, Galaxy of Terror, all that. It was people that knew what they were doing. Everyone thinks they can make a movie. But he wrote that film, directed that film, and starred in that movie. We've seen examples. We've seen Bring Her Back, and we've seen Talk to Me. Really well done. Those brothers were cutting their teeth, and they were learning the cinematic language. And a lot of people are comparing like Chris Stuckman and him, Mark Capella, because they're both big YouTubers.
Sure. Okay.
Now, I would say both of them wrote these scripts.
But the difference is that Stuckman has been a reviewer and Mark Pillar has not been a reviewer.
No, but
correct?
I would say,
correct?
Yeah,
I don't really know these guys.
But I would say both of them, and I went in. I wanted a Shelby Oaks. I went in. By the way, I saw it late. I wanted to love it. The problem is, and what I would say with both of these films, You have one guy that wanted to celebrate a really cool indie video game that he loved, which I totally respect. But if you don't know cinematic language, you can't. Everyone thinks they can make movies. And when I watched that film, I'm like, okay, you need to establish me in cinematic language. There's a moon that has a blood ocean on it. You got to show it to me, dude. You got when you see Pandora in fucking Avatar, you see it. You've got to show me a planet that has a fucking blood ocean moon. You got to explain that to me. You need to show me islands. Show me a couple of shots. Give me a montage. What does an island or a planet with a blood moon or moon with a blood ocean look like? And I'm like, these are filmmaking 101 problems. And that whole film, I'm watching this film, I would consider myself an astute viewer. Just saying. This film was interminable to watch. It was punishing. Now, the video game crowd, they don't care because they don't read. They don't know fuck all about language at all. So they're just waiting for things that they recognize. Oh, that's a moment in the game I recognize. And I'm like, look, man, you have an obligation if you're going to make a movie. You need to understand the language of cinema, not the language of video games. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. But I sat there as an astute cinema viewer and I'm like, you had everything you needed. You had everything. You had lore. You had an interesting story. You had Lovecraftian demons. What you didn't have was filmmaking knowledge. You wrote it, you directed it, and you starred in it, and you didn't know what you were doing. And you made us all watch it. Now, your fans that know the game or know whatever, I appreciate you took an indie video game and adapted it. Kudos to you. It's awesome. But what you did was you hurt that game and you hurt what you wanted to do more. And by the way, the movie's going to make whatever it made this weekend, you know, and you did encroach on what Sam Raimi would have made. And I don't, you know, regardless, that happens. But if you don't know how to make a movie, find people who do. Find a great director because you had the lore, you had the game, you had all this cool shit, but you didn't know how to make a movie. And at the end of the day, you hurt yourself more than you benefited yourself. That's my opinion.
Interesting. Since I haven't seen the movie, but Rob, I want to just.
By the way, can I now? I'm not going to go piss in a bottle. I'm going to go piss
you're
outside.
going to go piss outside.
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah, because I want to bring up something. I would like you to have heard it, but you'll walk away. But Bright Mutant 4860 says part of the metal of Midnight Metal is you and Rob going off on weird tangents and the subtle, long time tension and completion. Maybe he means competition between you guys bubbling to the surface.
Oh, I like that. Okay, I'm going now. I'll be back.
Oh, you're going now. Okay. So Dave is the one guy I know that would like to shoegaze. I don't even know what that means. What is shoegazing, guys? Fill me in here. I'm old. I don't know these terms. Anyone else see Iron Lung? Anyone? I did not go see Iron Lung because I looked at the running time and these days it's like if it's over 2 hours, you really got to impress me to like actually get me to go. That's just my feeling about all this stuff, about anything. I mean, it's got to be really something special to make me sit there for over 2 hours. How does Dave Parker know about mogging? Supreme Legend. I I go on YouTube and somehow I get these things that pop up from these influencers. I don't know why. I must have hit something. And there's, you know, this, and then I went down a rabbit hole of like, what is mogging and what is, looks maxing. It's all very horrifying, and like people like hitting themselves in the face with a hammer and stuff like that, and things that you would, taking meth to like suppress their appetite, and things that you would never think about. And then it just leads you down a really dark path of what people will do just to look good. And it's all about success is only born from how you look. And that seems to be the way things are going, in our world. And the thing is like these people who are doing this stuff, the people who are hitting themselves on the hammer and stuff. I mean, these guys, these guys make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month because of this right now. Bright Moon, any horror movies coming up you're excited for? I'm
going to see Strangers Part 3 and Whispers next week.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I'm going to see a double. By the way, 2026.
What the fuck is Whispers?
I'm seeing a double feature every weekend, the entirety of 2026, leading up to Doomsday.
That's kind of fun, but I'm not going to. I can't see Strangers 3 because I missed Strangers 2.
Does it matter?
But I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. The Mortuary Assistant, I am excited for. That's one of the few horror films that I know that's coming out that I'm interested in. I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm interested in. I'm interested in.
By the way, did you address any of these super chats, Dave?
Some.
We have some good ones.
Okay, good. Probably not.
Apocalypse Cow said, "Rob, I missed it. Seriously, what is the Mushkin? Please explain." Julian Mushkin. Mushkin is his actual last name. He's a member of the Post-Geek Singularity. If you're talking about the Munchkin in Free Enterprise, that's a different thing. But Julian Mushkin, here's the thing. He's one of my favorite people in the world. I love Julian Mushkin. But when I met his wife is fucking uber Mushkin. And I'm like, they married well. They've got a great relationship. So,
hey, Rob, I have a weird question for
Julian Mushkin rules.
Mushkin reminded me of this. Rob, do you know whatever happened to Sean Polofsky?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on?
She's a huge comedian.
Okay.
Yeah, who Sean Polofsky is. She has a whole thing called Stretch It Out. She's really big in the LGBTQ community.
Okay.
Sean Polofsky, she's great. If you look up,
she was always great to hang out with. I just wondered, when you said Mushkin, it reminded me. Weird reason.
If you look up Sean Polofsky, she's become an incredible, very renowned comedian.
She was always really cool.
She's awesome. I liked her. Real Thomas Logan says, discuss Marty Supreme, a.k.a. the best movie of 2025. Is it?
Haven't seen it. Ping pong, greatest movie all year.
You know what? I did love it. It's great.
Okay. Well, you said you were like, was it?
Here's the thing. There are elements of this movie that we've seen before. It's really good. But I'm still waiting for a movie that doesn't feel like something we've seen in the past.
Oh, you mean like Sinners did?
I don't think Sinners felt like anything we've seen in the past.
It felt like it was from dusk till dawn.
No, it was. You know what? The first 2/3 of that movie were not at all.
No, it wasn't. But then it fell into it.
Okay. But that movie, even when it did not feel like From Dusk Till Dawn at all.
No, it's true.
The environment, the milieu, very different, very different. So hang on a second.
Okay.
Major Chai Chai says, here's another $2, just because.
Aww.
A silly goose says, your thoughts on Anvil of Stars these days. Okay, look. You
What's
want to talk to me
Anvil of
about
Stars?
Anvils? Anvil, if I won the lottery, and I had to go make, I would go, let's say I won, or if I had bought crypto in 2009, was a penny a Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'd done that, and now I'd be worth $90 billion, literally $90 billion. I would go to Apple and go, look, the one TV show, if I was given a choice to make any TV show ever, any sci-fi TV show other than Star Trek, because I would also, if I had done that, I would have gone and bought Star Trek for $6 billion. And the one TV show that I would make is Anvil of Stars. It would be, it is everything. And by the way, the problem is many people have tried to make it. It's the second book in a duology. The Forge of God and Anvil of Stars. And everyone's like, well, Rob, you can't make an Anvil of Stars until you show the Forge of God. Fuck off, you can. I know how to do it. They've never been able to do it. I've read the scripts. They can't figure that fucking shit out. It's got to be a series. It's got to be a 7-season series. And by the way, if I had the money, I would spend $100 million on each season.
But you don't.
Crypto in 2009, I don't have it, so I can't. And nobody ever will, because they've tried to do it. There's so much money against it, and because no one knows, because everyone's fucking dumb. Anvil of Stars, which, by the way, right over there. I'm looking at it right now. Greg Bears. First of all, it's the second book in the series. It is one of the most compelling. Here's the funny thing. I am so excited to see, as you know, you can't, Project Hail Mary. The Forge of God and Anvil of Stars are the highfalutin, here's the thing. I don't mean any disrespect by this, but Project Hail Mary is populist, entertaining sci-fi.
It's like the Da Vinci Code.
No, you shut your dirty mouth. It's not like that.
Full screen with your rebuttal of the Project Hail Mary is the Da Vinci Code of our time.
You shut your dirty, filthy whore mouth. No, but I will concede. Oh, he disappeared. I can't concede. I'll have to go back to me. So here, okay. There are many things. I mean, they pay development executives. If you look around, if you look below in this room, there are hundreds of things that have been developed to be films and television projects that no one ever figured out. Hundreds of things. I look so many pages. Because the people what happens in Hollywood is the people that are hired to do things have a pedigree, like fucking Akiva Goldsman. And sometimes when he adapts something, he hits and he wins an Academy Award for A Beautiful Mind. Now, he didn't come up with that. He learned how to write a saleable screenplay, which, by the way, is a skill. Yes, Dave? A skill? Okay, well, he's still not here, but he's back.
Skill?
A skill, a skill.
What is?
Learning how to write a saleable screenplay. Akiva Goldsman is the king of figuring that out, but he's had more misses than he's had hits. And so Akiva Goldsman, though, he becomes somebody, whether he hits or misses, he becomes a saleable screenwriter at the studio level. So, despite the fact that he's a hack director and destroyed Star Trek, he still gets he can bring his Academy Award for A Beautiful Mind. He didn't come up with A Beautiful Mind. And Mark Halperin's book, A Winter's Tale, which he wrote and directed, that guy should have been drummed out of fucking Hollywood to do that to that book. Oh my fucking God.
Never saw it.
Yeah, well, it's good you didn't, because he took a book. Oh, Oh,
Oh, he's the first person who took a book and made it
no,
bad.
no, he's not. But he keeps failing upwards. Akiva Goldsman is the king of failing upwards. Him and Simon Kinberg.
And the funny thing is, one of my favorite screenwriters is like with the format and everything that I really like. I've been studying lately way more is Walter Hill.
Oh yeah.
And the way he writes screenplays, the economy and the word use that he uses, but the economy of words and stuff, because people hate reading things, so it's like his stuff is so short and quick. It's like, oh, of course, no wonder he gets things made and greenlit, and his influence is absolutely huge on this industry, and he never gets enough credit.
No, well, look, The Warriors is one of my favorite movies of all time. But I just want to say that Akiva Goldsman wrote and directed A Winter's Tale. It had a $75 million budget and made $30 million. And it was a book came out, I think, in 83, 84.
Okay,
A wonderful fucking novel. And
interesting.
Akiva fucking Goldsman, who, by the way, I met a few times after Free Enterprise. I'm sorry, Akiva. You know what? I wish I could like you through your work. I wish I could. But you've destroyed everything I loved.
Do you
He
like
wrote,
him in person?
he,
Was he nice when you met him?
you know what? I'll tell you what he was. He was a fucking nerd. He would go to parties and throw his weight around and want to get laid by hot chicks, like so many nerds. I'm like, you know how you would do better? Is if you were fucking cool, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, my God, these guys. I mean, fuck. Fuck. How many things? He's ruined so many things. I Am Legend was the first horror novel. I got it from the Science Fiction Book Club. I love that book so much. I didn't know it had been adapted when I read it when I was in the 4th grade, when I first got it from the Science Fiction Book Club. I didn't know that it had been made into The Omega Man or The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price. And then it was remade a third time, written by Akiva Goldsman. I Am Legend. Did you get the title? Because it's not in the
No.
fucking movie, dude.
The dog was the best part.
God damn, man. Dude, you know what? It's
But
so
the thing is,
frustrating.
if you guys are interested, I would say if you're interested in I Am Legend, which is a great book, and they've never really done the book justice. But,
No,
but
no.
I will say this: the Vincent Price movie is really good,
It is really good.
and Omega Man on its own right, in its own way is wonderful.
Yet it truly is. And by the way, the Omega Man's a Warner Brothers movie.
That couldn't be coming.
One never knows.
That couldn't be one of those things.
I mean, if you think about it, I've already pre-ordered Westworld, and that's an MGM movie, which Warner Brothers owns the rights to that, but like the Omega Man's kind of right in there. No, I'm not saying anything. Don't say Rob Burnett said this, because I didn't.
The best Chuck Heston double feature might be, excluding Planet of the Apes, would be Soylent Green and the Omega Man.
Yeah, and who those movies came out from where?
MGM, Warner Brothers.
Just saying, and wouldn't it be cool if Arrow had the rights?
It would be so cool.
You never know.
You never
I mean,
know.
look, all I can say is when I saw that early review, and I know it's a YouTube video, when they those motherfuckers at Arrow know what's up. Like, Zolly Becker might get pissed at what they're doing, but I'm telling you.
But they're preserving. They're preserving.
They're preserving. You know what? That should be the new thing. Are you preserving? What's up?
I'm preserving.
What's up? I'm preserving. What's going on, guys? What's happening?
You need to get on the scoop train, though.
What scoop train?
You need to be Rob's 2 Scoops Burnett.
You want me to scoop like entertainment news?
No, like when you do your physical media show, you need more scoops, more 2 scoops. You need 2 scoops.
What does that mean?
like things that that hasn't been announced yet. 2 scoops that you
Okay,
get the
look, the
you get
reason people tell
the
me
sweet
shit is
you
because
get you
I
get this
don't
no,
talk
but you
about it.
get but then you get them to like scoop it on your shows.
Yeah, but you know what though? Here's the thing. I don't need to. Let's Get Physical Media is not about scooping. All the people that give me information, they came to
No,
me.
it's about Dieter shoveling the crap up to the top, bringing the crap up to the top.
Yeah, but you
I'm
know what?
kidding. I'm kidding.
No, but here's my favorite thing about. You know what you know what I want. You know what I really want in 2026. You know what I really want to do, Dave?
Get laid.
I want. Well, that would be fun. I want to meet Dieter in person. I would
Really?
love to have a meal with him. I want to sit down with Dieter Bastian across from one another at a table. I want to order. I want to fly to fucking Saarbrücken. I want
And
to
then
sit down with Dieter.
and sit down with him, and then he goes, "Is it safe?"
No, it's not. No, no. He's a guy that I love, Dieter Bastian. I want to be able to sit down with him, and I've never met the guy. For 6 years, we've been doing this show. Never met him. I want to buy him a
Yeah.
beer. I want to cheers with him. I want to
Well,
shake his fucking hand.
well, you know what you got to do. Here's your goal. Oktoberfest. Dieter.
You know what? That's not a bad goal. 2026 going on. I wanted to go on the road.
Go to
You know,
Germany.
it's been
Go to
so.
Oktoberfest. Do a live show.
No, I would
Oktoberfest.
like to take you. What would be great is to go like if I had the money. The whole point of this channel is
Get on it.
how great would that be?
It'd be amazing.
Like you know, I haven't done a GoFundMe. Since in the last 6 years has been one hardship after another. It's been tough. It's been tough.
You don't have to tell me
But
about
I've never
hardship.
met Dieter. I've been doing a show with him. He's one of my good friends, and I've never met him. Never shook his hand. Never given him a hug.
I don't think
We've
he's a
never
hugger.
gone
He doesn't
to a
look
fucking
like a
store
hugger.
together. You know where I want to go?
Shopping.
Rob Galuzzo,
money.
Rob G went to that store in France where they do all the videos like James Cameron and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go with Dieter Bastian to that video store in France where they make all those videos where they interview people. And I want to do a show in that video store with Dieter.
You can make it happen.
I might be able to, maybe, but I'd like to do it. That's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Meet people I care about and have cool shit happen.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, you and I, we sit here, we waste our time. We could be making cool shit. You know what? I gave Alvaro yesterday. I gave him
I mean,
Blu-ray of The Hills Run Red.
We're not wasting our time because chances are probably from 9 to 2 a.m. We're probably not doing that much productive work on Saturdays. It's like,
Dude, Elizabeth will tell
I'll-
you I stay up till 4 a.m. and get up at 8 and feed the dog. She's like, "What do you do?"
That's not healthy.
No, then I'll go take a couple hours nap. You know, I don't have the dogs drape
naps,
all over me.
guys. I don't do naps. I should.
That's what
Naps.
come on, the Spaniards do. Look, I'm just saying. And by the way, I haven't
Yeah,
even set up
no,
tomorrow's
how
or
about this?
today's physical media show, in
Yeah,
which there will be one.
Let's not talk naps. Let's be European. Let's call them siestas.
Yeah, well, where's that movie? Where is Mary Lambert's siesta? Where is the negative? I want Ellen Barkin. And you know what? I'm going to try and get Craig Baxley and Brian Bosworth on Let's Get Physical Media because Stone Cold in 4K is coming out.
Oh, he'll get people for that show.
Nia DaCosta. I will try and get Nia DaCosta.
Nia DaCosta is going to be up to me. I have to get the guests for the 100 show.
Okay, well, I'll look into it. Okay. Nia DaCosta would be a great guest, though.
She'll look at our show and go, "What the fuck could I do with these guys? Jesus Christ, Jesus!"
Yeah, well, we'd have a great show because she's made the most metal shit ever. And if we can't
get
Nia DaCosta,
Dark Matter was the best streaming show of recent years.
Let's get Danny Boyle and let's get Alex Garland.
Oh, Danny Boyle! I'd love to talk to him about those Beatles movies.
He's a little busy, but
those Beatles movies look interesting.
They do. Let's get Alex Garland though. Dude, somebody asked me. I'm doing a Robservations tomorrow night about letters. People wrote me. I have so many letters. Somebody asked me. Somebody asked me astutely about Devs, Alex Garland series Devs,
Uh-huh.
and that the penultimate episode of that show put me into. I was in an existential crisis when I watched that for a week.
Oh, I don't like that then.
Oh my god, it's great. You got. It was like, yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Now, can I just talk about more about Iron Lung? I got to talk about Iron Lung.
No, we've done enough about Iron Lung.
Have we?
Yeah, we have. You didn't like it, and you were disappointed by the guy, and he let you down. And
But here's the thing.
But you celebrate the
I
fact that he
hate
did
myself that I don't like what he did.
But it's okay. I mean, the difference.
It was like watching a student film where the student thought he was the best in the class,
and yet he made a lot of money. So who knows who's right?
Did he make a lot of money? Did he?
For what they spent on it with no advertising, he made over $11 million this weekend. That's a pretty good haul.
He made half of that. Half of that
for a $3 million movie. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Look,
but the problem is, did he make a great movie?
I didn't go see it because it was over 2 hours long. That's me. It wasn't even. I didn't even see a trailer. I was like, and then it's a horror movie. I should be excited about this. Oh, another thing, someone was asking, oh, what are you excited about horror movie wise and stuff like that? Not Scream 7, could care less. But you know what does look fun? Ready or Not, Here I Come.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
That looks fun. I'm not expecting it to be amazing or great or whatever, but it looks really fun.
Well, you think about, I always talk about watching movies at scale.
Sure.
You have to ask yourself, what is this movie trying to do? And I think Ready or Not, Here I Come knows exactly what it's trying to do and is going to deliver the goods. I love the first one.
That's why I really enjoyed Send Help. It was like it knew what it needed to be. And then
so good.
But the thing is this, it knew what it needed to be, and yet Sam Raimi gave us some Sam Raimi in it.
Oh, like it was totally Sam Raimi.
A good dose of Sam Raimi in it. Because you know what? Another director, you wouldn't have gotten a lot of that flavor in there.
No, that movie was delightful.
Did you catch the Bruce Campbell cameo?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, really?
I did not.
Because it is in there.
What is the Bruce Campbell cameo in Send Help?
He is it Dylan? Is that the actor's name? The guy who owns the company.
Yeah, is that his father?
He's the painting on the wall.
Oh my God.
It's his dad.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's amazing.
I was like, where's the Bruce Campbell thing? And then it was like, I was like, there it is.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so good to know.
Now you're going to go see it again.
Well, I would. I saw it.
I would see that movie again. I would it's not one that I would like, oh, I have to buy this movie and own it and stuff. It's not one of those movies. There's very few of those movies now, but I would go see it again because it was that much fun.
Dave, there's a couple of
super chats or tips or whatever.
Hang on. There's some good ones. Marcos Escondola says, I saw Chaplin's The Great Dictator via Criterion. What a great picture. What are your thoughts?
Amazing.
And
Chaplin is incredible.
And every American should watch his speech.
But Chaplin across the board was amazing.
Amazing. No, it's incredible.
I wish more people would actually watch silent movies because
that's not silent.
No, I know that one isn't, but Chaplin, Buster Keaton, these guys, you watch them and then you go, oh, that's where some of these modern guys got the shit from.
Well, it's all what I don't understand. Here's what I don't, and being in fandom circle, it's a weird, Dave. It's a weird thing for me and you
Mhm.
too. We never thought of ourselves as like old guys because our entire lives have been immersed in fandom. We've been
Right.
our entire lives, and we were filling our brains with everything, and we were reading books about how movies are made. We're reading magazines about how movies are
I
made.
still do all. I still do this thing. I
Of
still do
course,
all the same
we
shit when I was young.
all same stuff. But now we're dealing with like even like the modern iteration of Fangoria are writing weird articles about movies they've already covered 40 years ago. And they're writing them in a weird lens of today,
Right.
which I'm like, I read this shit and I'm like, this is a bunch of fucking identity politics bullshit that you guys aren't even taking into consideration the time in which these
No,
movies were made.
they're putting their agenda onto these articles and
Yeah,
these
it's
movies
such a
now.
weird, it's so weird and it's so disingenuous. It's so I read this stuff and I'm like, you guys are lying. You're lying. And it's I was already there. I lived through this.
Right.
And you guys are the modern Fangoria is another example. They're as egregious as modern Star Trek. I'm like, you people that are writing this bullshit, who are you?
It would be I wouldn't. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that they're doing it. I wouldn't be shocked if they wrote an article about how the thing is problematic because there's only men in it.
Oh, well, yeah, unbelievable, and this is why I get angry, and I think a lot of people get angry because it is so disingenuous, and it lacks perspective. It lacks historical perspective. It lacks culture. It lacks cultural perspective. And when
Right.
you see this, and then these people push back, and they get all angry, I'm like, you weren't even there.
No,
You,
they weren't
you,
born.
you,
They weren't born then.
you have secondhand knowledge that's a bunch of bullshit, and you're basing it on I don't know what. And I get so angry because like Star Trek Fangoria. I mean, it's funny to talk about this, but Fangoria meant a lot to me. That magazine.
Oh, me too.
I mean, Nightmare Library, the books I found because of that, and the thing about Fangoria was it reported. It didn't. It assumed its audience loved horror, so that's why you bought the magazine. There was never any political agenda about it. They just said, "Here's what's getting made. Let's talk to the people that make these things." They're not telling you what you should think. They're just reporting.
It's changed because the internet has made everything so current that before Fangoria was ahead of the curve as far as the news goes out and everything.
Right.
And now they can't possibly be because things are updated almost on a daily basis of what's coming out. So they can't. But the weird that it's weird now because even on the internet, even on these websites and stuff, you know what you never see anymore? A set visit report.
Oh, yeah,
Set
no.
visit report. There's no set visit reports anymore.
Well, because the people don't have any interest in doing it because they have no understanding of what that is.
Which
They
is
would
like
much rather report on whatever they're.
which is the thing I was always ravenous about when I read it originally was the set visit
Of course.
report. Like, what are
course.
you seeing? And then them holding back of what they can't talk about, which only got you more excited about shit anyway.
I mean, look. Okay, here's one of the things, Dave, that gets me upset. So you and I made this movie, Hills Are Red, and during the pandemic, we finally were able, because of fluke at Warner Brothers, we got to put out our movie on Blu-ray, which had never come out.
Which I didn't know was a fluke, guys. I thought we had been chosen, and then Rob had to like pull the rug out from under me and tell me that we hadn't been
Dave,
chosen.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Consolation prize.
It's not a consolation prize. They gave us money.
Anyway.
And we were able to make the most self-indulgent Blu-ray ever. and you did the modern features, and I was able to finally avail myself
To the
of
legacy features, yeah.
and the thing is, we made one of the great discs. We were nominated for a Rondo Award. The point is, you always look at the downside. I would say it was a great upside.
It was good, but you didn't have to tell me that it was a consolation. They wanted
Look,
something else.
who
And then
cares? Who cares? That is the moment when you get going. You're like, we will take this opportunity, and we did.
and we did, but I didn't need to know that. But
Okay,
anyway,
well, whatever. The fact is, it comes out. The point is that
this is what they like about us, that we argue like this.
No, but but what we did was we maximized an opportunity that came our way.
Of course,
that's what we did.
What we always do. Which is what we always do.
Yes, and we had 2 months, and we delivered like 10 hours of fucking video for 5 fucking grand. We each made $2,500. Ridiculous.
6.5 hours.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it was incredible what we did, and you found that kid in like Indonesia or whatever to this great
animated, yeah,
fucking fantastic. But here's the thing, we did that, and so I would say I would look at that disc, I would look at the Hills Run, and people say, like, if you're gonna hire Burnett and Parker, what are you gonna get? And I would say in 2 months. We gave you what I would go to anybody. I would go to anybody. I don't have to say that I shot this on location or that you went and I would say that Dave Parker and I made how many 6 hours, 8 hours in 2 months. We went from March to May or whatever, and the disc fucking came out in June.
Yep.
And I would say that's what we do. That's what we do. No one else could do that. No one. And I've never been in a position where I've had to explain to people why we could do that. And I'm like, you can ask any motherfuckers in fucking Hollywood, anybody. No one could do what we did on that disc. No one. And that's why, by the way, we were nominated for a Hatton Award. And here's the funny thing. No one's coming to us. No one's asking us. We have more experience doing this than any two people in the entertainment industry on planet Earth. On planet Earth. Cliff Stevenson, great. Charlie, great. You know, but the two of us, if we were to put our credits, Narnia, X-Men 1, X-Men 2, Usual Suspects, Superman
Valley
Returns,
Girl,
and everything you've done without me, and everything I did, Star Trek.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It's weird.
But that's the point. It doesn't matter because no one fucking cares anymore. But you know what? My friend Alvaro is going to watch every bit of that Hills Run Red disc, and he's going to get back to me, and he's going to say, this is really good. And we already know that.
I'm excited about that. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool to be able to share that stuff still. And, you know, that part's awesome.
I mean, and at the end of the day, the real problem is that
bless you.
We live in a world where everything that we grew up loving is just not important anymore.
But it is to us. And it is to other people. And that's what matters.
Some people, but not the people that write Fangoria today, and not the people that make.
No, but the people here, it matters, and it matters to them. They have the things that they love, and that's the great thing about the show. Is like, look, you know, every other week we get to do this. Hopefully, we talk a little bit more about metal and music sometimes when it hits us and we're inspired. But I like the things that we get to talk about, and the thing is, we get to see what these people like, and that's awesome because it's different from what you and I might like. But again, what I like about it is it opens us to other things, like going, "Oh, I didn't know that. I'm going to go check this out now."
That's
and it's awesome because I, like you, whether I ultimately like all this stuff or not, I like to understand where other people are coming from. And the thing is, for us, what's valuable that I hope the people who follow you and watch us and everything else realizes the insights that you give us. Um, we actually do take to heart.
We do.
I take it to heart because of the things that I'm trying to make, the things that Rob's trying to make. We take that to heart. It's like we're not going to please everyone, and we know that, but it's you guys are giving us um, an ability to tap the source, which are people like us. But there's times because we're kind of in it in the shit and stuff like that that we, at least for me, I don't always see it. So I love this to be able to hear other you know opinions and likes and things like that, so I can go, oh, okay, maybe I was wrong about that. Or it's like, okay, well, that's how I felt, but these people's opinions are just as valid as you and I. Like, for me, I mean, I don't have the years of doing this online thing like you do, and talking knowledgeably. I don't have the years of you. And the thing is, I think that works with us is like you have different experiences, different background of experiences, even the things that we share commonly. The commonality is different because we both have had our own different experiences with this business and everything else, and with our own fandom. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
thing. The fun thing about tonight for me, even though it wasn't for you, was riling you up about Star Trek
Yeah,
Academy.
but I would say this.
Because it's fun, because I don't have a vested, I don't have a foot in that game. I don't have that vested interest. So
But
but it's great to hear your point of view and go, okay, I get it.
but Dave, I would say this. Do you know what I know? That if I got some major job, whether it's doing a TV show or anything, the first person that I would hire to have my back or to do great work would be you. You're
I
the
mean,
one. You're the one
which is great.
person. You're the one person on planet Earth, the one person that I know would deliver. The
Because
one person.
you
There's no other
because the
person on
thing is,
planet Earth. You're the
despite
only one.
everything, yeah, because despite everything, the one thing that we both share is this mutual respect for the work and what we put out.
And by the way, we've never put out bad work.
No, because we both keep ourselves to that standard.
Yeah, and I think the Hills Run Red Blu-ray is proof of that. I mean, we both did different things. You recorded different audio commentaries. You made the modern documentaries, which are fucking great. And then you made I made the, but you were the one that found that kid in like Indonesia or somewhere.
But again, those are just graphics, but
Yeah,
they
but
they
still,
help.
but still,
They help. They
the
help.
fact is
They
that,
elevate.
but that disc, you know what that disc is? That disc is a forging of a friendship. That disc came out in 2020. We'd been working since the early 90s.
I know.
And that disc is a celebration of work. It's not a celebration of, aren't we awesome? We made a fucking movie. That disc is all that's about, is the work it took to make that movie. And that's pretty cool.
And the thing is, we will get
and it's out of print.
And it's out of print, but we'll get a chance to work on something together again at some point. I firmly believe that. It's just like
we will. And by the way, it should be the sequel. The Rivers Run Black. That's what I want to make.
No, it's not going to be called The Rivers Run Black.
Yes, it will.
It will not be. It'll be called The Hills Still Run Red.
No.
Yeah, it is because I gotta have that opening crawl where it ends with
the
beyond
Hills Run Red, the Rivers Run Black. That's the sequel.
It's not.
Not the Hills Still Don't Run Red.
The Hills Still Run Red.
No, The Rivers Run Black.
It's
It's a
like The
new
Hills Have
film.
Eyes 2, where it ended with the crawl, and it's like beyond the Townsend roads.
No.
The hills still have eyes.
No. The hills run red, the rivers run black.
I'm gonna watch The Hills of Eyes 2 tonight, and you guys all should too, just for that opening crawl.
You're gonna watch
alone.
it at 2 a.m?
I'm gonna go to sleep to it. That's what I do. I go to sleep to these.
I do that too with the dogs draped all over me. Why isn't it that we can't do a show that is not 5 hours?
5 hours. Well, we had to make up for the first hour.
Yeah. By the way, I still don't understand. By the way, can I just say there were super chats that were lost.
We're sorry, guys.
They disappeared, and they were good super chats, like $20 super chats, and I feel terrible. If somebody, let me just say this.
He feels terrible, so he's going to send all that money.
Hang on, please. If we didn't get to your super chat, please write to me at capital RMB, then URNETT 1701. So it's RM Burnett 1701 at gmail.com. Send me your super chat and say it was in this show and you didn't answer it because it fucking disappeared in some crazy weird, I don't even know what happened. I still don't know what happened. I have to figure it out because I don't want every show to be, for members only. Well, that's not, ridiculous. But Dave, let me ask you a question. So let's finish this show off with the Midnight Metal, the whole thing about, video games, and you've actually written a video game and you had the frustration of dealing with, even though it was a minor studio, the fact that they weren't interested in doing the actual game that they had bought to adapt.
Yeah.
So I would ask you this.
And just for the record, guys, just so you know, Mark Ullman or I, neither one of us wrote clips from the video game to be in the actual movie. That was not us. That was Uwe Boll. We did not. That was never in any. That was not us.
Yeah, nobody would ever write that. That's the dumbest shit in the history of cinema.
Just so you know. I mean, someone might write that, but it wasn't us.
So let me ask you this. I mean, the thing is, Iron Lung was a movie that was made out of love.
Sure.
It was made out of love for an indie video game by a YouTuber who found something he truly loved, and he went and spent $3 million, apparently of his own, $3.5 million of his own money, and made a film. But the one thing he didn't really get was the language of cinema. So my question to you is, should he have done it?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? Why not? Like, look, you're never going to learn unless you do it. And the thing is, I'm sure the lessons he learned this weekend from reactions and everything else and doing the movie are invaluable. And, who knows? You don't want to ever count someone out because they didn't do something that worked for you. You were in a theater where people applauded at moments and at the end and everything.
They applauded at the end. There was applaud at the end.
For some it worked for them. That's the thing that we have to realize. Like Skinamarink works like gangbusters for some people. It doesn't for me. That doesn't negate the movie. So should he have done the movie? If that's his passion. And to have a passion for making movies with you, here's the thing: to have the passion to be able to make it and do something, whether you know what you're doing or not, and you have other people who are going to like guide you into making something that you say, you have the passion and you got to do it. That's great.
But don't you think? Okay, here's my rebuttal.
We've all made things that we've gone into.
Okay, and I get it. But is just making something enough? And I would say,
hey, look, I can't speak for him because I don't know how he feels about his movie.
I'm sure he loves it.
But the thing is, I can't speak for what he thinks. And the thing is, you and I both know you've made a movie. I've made movies, and here's the thing: it's like, oh, I'm sure he loves it. It's like, yeah, you love free enterprise, but there's a hell of a lot of shit that you would change too.
Yeah, I hope to do it.
I'm sure he feels the same way. George Lucas felt the same way. He wouldn't have changed Star Wars every fucking time he got his hands on it if he didn't. So,
It's true.
you know,
Very astute observations.
I
I
mean,
just
that's the
think that
thing.
here's the thing that I think that we always have to remember. If you are working in an art form that every movie predisposes that there is that the right word? We know when you make a movie there's an audience. We're making something that the audience, if you're not thinking about the audience when you're making a movie, if you're up your own ass and thinking about what you want, you are fucking lost.
Are you sure? Because here's the thing.
No,
The only thing
I am sure,
but,
Dave. Because
okay,
if you're going
the
to make
only
a
reason I would
movie,
say
it's about the audience watching it. Otherwise,
the
write
only
a
thing I would
fucking
say
book.
the only thing I would say I would kind of counter, and I'm sure you have rebuttals for all of this. Is Jodorowsky making it for an audience? Is David Lynch making it for an audience? And can you say that 100%?
Okay,
I don't know. The thing is, I think they're making their movie the way they see it, and people come to it.
no, I disagree.
Okay.
I think
Well, that's
Jodorowsky
fair.
and David Lynch understand in their artistic process that they are working in an art form. The art form that they are working in, which is cinema, is never complete until it's projected and shown to an audience. Because otherwise they would write a book or a song or whatever. They are working on a canvas that they understand that whatever they are projecting to an audience is what the audience and everything they've done has been about that moment. Because their art, because whether they're a painter, their canvas is cinema. And the thing about no artist, I've heard people, well, I only write for myself. I'm like, fuck you. You're a liar. You don't write for yourself. You write because you hope someday somebody found, and you might not admit it to yourself, even your own fucking diary. You hope somebody finds it and understands you.
I agree that no one is making everything in a total bubble where they're only making the movie for themselves. So, yes, you are right in that sense.
But Dave, it's not about being right.
No,
It's
no, I
about the
know,
fact that if we're
I know,
making
but
cinema, we
it's sort
want
of
people to watch it
yes, I agree
and
with
like it or
I
contemplate
but
it.
I do think so. And I look, I'm not going to speak for him because again, I haven't seen the movie and I don't know anything about him really. You know a lot more about this guy
I
than I
was
do.
angry that the movie's not better than it is.
But what I'm saying is, I think some people look at movies the way they look at paintings and that they're just their personal expression and they can and look I'm not I don't want to speak for him, but maybe it's one of those things like, look, I had the money, I could make what I wanted and I'm doing this as my expression. If people get it, they get it. If they don't, who cares?
Okay,
I don't know if that's the case. I'm not saying it is, but I
but
know there
you're
are
right. You're right,
plenty of
and I
people out.
shouldn't be. I mean, it's unfair to judge something for what it isn't. You should only judge
Judge it
something
for what
for
it
what it
is.
is. And for me, here's my frustration. Here's somebody who loved another artist's work.
Right.
Remember, this is it's his adaptation of an indie video game.
But again, you haven't played the game, so look, the game could be exactly like the
No,
movie.
but regardless, the very idea of what he's doing is something I love so much.
Right.
I love that he loved something so much that he's going to put his own money, $3.5 million or whatever.
Sure.
I just want it to be great.
Right.
I want it to be great. But the problem that I have is that he spent this money, his own money, and he loved this thing, but he was like, I'm going to star in it, which is, for me,
Ballsy.
problematic.
Ballsy.
I'm going to write it, and I'm going to direct it. And I'm like, okay. That tells me it's no longer about the video game you love. It's no longer about that other artist's work that you're adapting. Because it's about you. And that's why he failed. That's why he failed. If you saw how many close-ups there was of his face and him talking and all this stuff, he failed because it was an act of hubris.
But again,
not an act of love. And look, I could be wrong, but the problem is the proof is there. I sat in that theater, dude. I paid money, or I didn't.
Here's the thing, Rob. You could be wrong, but you're right with the way you feel. It doesn't have to line up with how everyone else feels.
But here's the thing. It's not about how I feel about how other people feel. It's about the truth. Truth is not relative. And I got to tell you this. That's why I believe art is not subjective. Everyone's like, art's just, everything's upset. It's just what you think. No, because you don't know fuck all. You have not read. You have no idea what you're looking at. And some people could say, but okay. You look at the Mona Lisa and go, she's not hot. I'm not going to hit that.
Right.
I get it. But I do think that we have a society, we're not holding anyone accountable to anything, because by doing that you have to state your opinion, and my opinion is this: make shit that's good. That's it. That's all I want to ask. And at the end of the day, I saw a guy that was passionate, and he took this indie video game he loved, and he wanted to share that passion with other people. But you know what he didn't do? What he didn't do was do the best he could do. He started it, he wrote it, and he directed it, which means it was no longer about that. It was about him. And that's where he failed, because he did not put his best foot forward. He wanted to make another person's art about himself. That's where he failed.
Could be very valid. I'm not trying to play the middle of the road.
No, you shouldn't, because
I haven't because I haven't seen it, but it like, at least from sounding from what you say, it's like, yeah, I got to agree, but I haven't seen it yet. So once I see it,
the thing is, you should watch it. But I'll tell you,
yeah, I want to.
No, you will never be able to watch it in one sitting. Never. Okay. Not unless you see it in the theater. And when you get there, because I have to say that I am willing to cut anyone that I talk about watching movies at scale. I felt offended at the end of the movie. I was offended. I was like, you know what, dude? This movie was all about your fucking YouTube persona.
I mean, ultimately, I don't think it's worth getting worked up over.
No, it is, because we live in a society where everybody is navel gazing.
But again, it's more of a. Look, I had these conversations with Jeff Burr, and it's just like they were exhausting, because there's no answer. I know there's no answer to it. It's just sort of like, okay, I get it, but it's like, fine. It's like, then.
Do you know, Dave? Do you know what really bothered me the most?
Do better. Do your own thing, and there you go. That's all that is.
Do you know what? The thing that bothered me the most about this was at the end of the film, 2 hours plus of this self-indulgent film, the audience that we saw it with was made up of people that were not men yelling at clouds. They were clapping as if this was incredible work. And I realized that they don't know the difference. And that's what was scary to me. But what they liked about it was they could recognize, oh, this was stuff in the game I played. Good job. You've given me things I already know.
Yeah, but again, the thing is, you have to go, well, not everyone's got the criteria that you're going in with.
No. What I want them to do.
We could do this around. We could be up all night doing it. But we could do this all night, Rob. It's like, you're not going to get the answer that you want. It is what it is. The movie is what it is, and you're disappointed with it. That's valid.
I'm disappointed.
But there's no changing that. It is what it is.
I'm disappointed that people can't discern anymore
Yeah,
what's
but you
good
know
and
what?
bad.
It's
They
like,
can't discern lies from truth.
but you're excited about your fucking ninja box set that's all filled with crap.
Okay,
And you
but the
know it's
difference is,
crap.
Dave, I know it's crap.
But you know it's crap.
I know. I mean, I
I
know
wasn't,
what I'm
I
seeing.
wouldn't
I
go
know
into
what I
something. I
look.
wouldn't go.
Stone Cold is coming out in
I
4K
wouldn't
in
be
2
going
weeks.
into. I wouldn't
Stone
be going
Cold.
into something called Iron Lung, thinking I'm gonna get fucking. But again, I know your counter argument is like, yeah, but you wouldn't go into Pi thinking it was going to be something special.
Dude, I
And
didn't
yet
go
it
into
was.
Terminator thinking it was something special and blew me away. I go into every single movie
But there's
hoping it's
exceptions.
transcendent.
But obviously, fucking Terminator is an exception. Train Spotting is an exception.
Okay, no, but there was a lot, dude. Tough turf rules.
It doesn't. That's your
Yes,
opinion.
it does.
It doesn't.
It does
No, it
because
doesn't. It
in that
doesn't.
particular
It's
genre,
not.
it does.
It's not. It doesn't rule.
Yes, it
Just
does.
the way I can go Streets of Fire rules, but for a lot of
Streets of
people,
Fire does rule,
but for a lot of people, it doesn't.
but they're wrong because they're not watching. No,
But
Dave, they're
thing
not
is,
watching it at scale. You have to say to people,
uh,
you have to be able to say, you are uneducated. You should not be allowed to judge this because you don't know. Now, I say that and go, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Because
do you know what
you
Iron Lung
cannot
was missing?
expect,
You know what
you
Iron
have
Lung
to
was
expect
missing?
entertainment. Wait a minute. I just want to say this. I want to be clear.
All right.
You have to expect entertainment. It doesn't matter whether people know something or not. Entertainment should be able to entertain everyone. You can't be a snob and expect, you should know. No, because most people don't. So great entertainment should, I think, whether it's highfalutin or not, whether you're watching Romeo and Juliet or Tromeo and Juliet, everybody should be able to watch them and be entertained at scale. Everybody. So I don't want to be some kind of a snob. However, what I don't like is when some people who really don't understand the language of what they're doing, and they've made something where the language is clearly inept, should get a pass. You can't get a pass. Not everything is great. And you have to be able to recognize, even at scale, you might like something that's in 90 to 100, 80 to 100, 70 to 100, but you still have to recognize things that are good. What I don't like is not everything gets a pass. And if something is not good, we should call it out and be able to identify what's not good about it and realize that, oh man, that was a miss.
Trust me.
It was a miss.
I know. I look at my career and people don't give it a pass. And I see when they say what's wrong with it. I'm just saying, look, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You got to be able to take it as well as you dish it out.
Dude, we've been taking it for fucking 35 fucking years, 40 years.
Yeah,
We've took
I'm
it.
just
You
saying.
and I have taken it.
At the end of the day, Rob, this will piss you off too. It's just a movie.
Well, it's not pissing me off. I know. And there's never been a time in history that we've never
where it's
understood
more
that
where it's more of it's like
doesn't even matter.
Where it's just a movie. It's gonna come and go, and the next week they're gonna be talking about something else. They won't
100%.
even remember Iron Lung.
No, they won't.
Very few movies nowadays, especially today in these nowadays times. Think how many movies you actually remember within a year.
But I still believe. I buy a lot.
No, that's the great thing. You still believe. And it's
in
good.
a Lost Boys way, I still believe.
Tim Capello.
You know what though, Dave? It all comes down to how do we find meaning in our lives?
That's a personal journey.
It is. It is. It's and it's personal and it's different for everyone else. And for me personally, I love to see creative work by other people. I don't care who it is. Music, painting, movies. The fact that everybody is struggling to try and figure out what our finite, literally blink of an eye lives mean in the great galactic continuum of infinitude. That's what I like. And I like those works that transcend the times in which they're made, and the works that are asking those difficult questions of the audience.
which is
That's
great.
what I know, and that's what I want to. That's what I want to see. That's what I hope to make. That's why.
But do you go into every movie thinking that too?
Yes,
Okay.
because here's the thing. When I
That's why
talk about,
you're more worked up about it.
but when I talk about no, but when I talk about watching movies at scale, it doesn't matter. Like I've been talking a lot about Stone Cold because it's coming out in 4K in the next couple weeks. Stone Cold is a movie that I love. It is a ridiculous early 90s action film.
Yeah.
Absolutely silly. It's Brian Bosworth after his failed comes from
Football run.
Oklahoma to Seattle. But you know what? He suddenly becomes an action star. And you have Craig Baxley, who's a stuntman turned director.
Yep.
Lance Henriksen. This movie is absurd. It's absurd. However, everybody working in it knew it was absurd. And they're like, you know what? We could make this awesome. And they did. And if you look at it and go, look, do I think it's To Sir with Love? Do I think it's The Paper Chase? Do I think it's Amadeus? No. But the people that made Stone Cold, everybody, knew what they were doing. And director Craig Baxley, a stuntman who had made a movie with Dolph Lundgren, he's like, I'm going to make a movie with this biker gang. Everybody who worked on that ridiculous little B movie was at their A game. And they gave you the best little B movie you've ever seen, with incredible performances, not from Brian Bosworth, but from Lance Henriksen, and they gave it their all.
The best little B movie you've seen until you've watched the new Death Stalker.
Okay, I'm just saying. Look.
I know.
What I love in our world, a Death Stalker could be the same thing. I'm
You
just saying in
haven't
this
watched it
case,
yet.
I was just using Stone Cold as an example. And I'm like, I want everybody to work at scale. I don't want anyone to phone it in.
The thing is, everyone has their Stone Cold, and it's different from yours.
And usually, by the way, I don't say that everyone should. I'm just saying, and I don't even say it's my Stone Cold. I just recognize it for what it is. Right. I'm looking at Stone Cold and I'm like, you know what? There's a reason that Kino Lorber is putting it out in 4K because this movie deserves it. I mean, other people like if.
But here's the thing: perfect example. We both know that Original Gangsters isn't a great movie, but it was a great time at the movies,
dude. Now, okay, same thing though. I would say it's not. However, that movie does have that moment where Fred Williamson steps out of the Learjet right below and he's smoking a cigar and you're like, okay, Larry Cohen, Black Caesar director of the early 70s.
Oh, he knew what to do.
And here's the thing, that movie's not great.
No.
As a matter of fact, I would say compared to Stone Cold, it's not nearly as good as Stone. It needed Craig Baxley to direct it.
Yeah.
But nobody ever thought it was going to be great. But however, it delivered what it promised. And I think that Iron Lung, my disappointment in it is that I have a lot of leeway. I wanted you to deliver what you promised. And the thing is, he wanted to. He tried so hard. But he'd never made a movie before. And the fact that he wanted to write, direct, and star in it, that shows me that you weren't really interested in making the best movie you could have.
Probably not.
You wanted to make it about yourself. And that's why it didn't work.
Yeah.
And that's my problem, is that he could have, if he just sat back and hired someone else to play himself and worked more on the actual filmmaking of it, it could have been a great film. But he starred in it. You're not fucking Orson Welles. It's not Citizen Kane. And if that's not your benchmark, why are you writing, directing, and starring? And that's my problem. Because he didn't really want to make the movie as good as it could have been. Because if he did, he would have made it differently. The movie was about himself. It wasn't about the game he loved. It was about him. And that's the problem.
There we go. And we're wrapping it up now. It's 2:30. It's almost 2:30.
God. I don't even know if this show's even on the air, dude.
It still is because they're still talking.
Well, let me look. Hang on. No, there's stuff we haven't talked about. We talked about Charlie Chaplin. Silly Goose says my band recommendation for tonight is The Ocean. Greatest prog metal band since Tool. Is that true, Dave? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not super into prog metal. I'll have to look into it and let you know.
I will have to too.
But I gave him a recommendation of a band. He was like, "Give me a band name." I said, "Pentagram." Pentagram. Go check it out.
Judas Priest or Iron Maiden, Dave?
Priest.
All right. I would say that too.
Album covers for Iron Maiden, but Priest.
Yeah, but yeah, we're talking music. Best albums. He said best albums. Silly Goose says Dark Matter is the best sci-fi show of recent years. I disagree. It's a literary adaptation. I love the first season.
That book was really fun to read.
It was good. It was good. It's good, but the problem is, again, it's more of a mystery box show. But it's good. It's good.
The book was better.
What's that?
The book was better.
Yeah, okay. I agree. I actually went back and read the book after watching the first 4 episodes. Because I was like, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Luke Skywanker says, Eddington was my top movie of 2025. Any thoughts on Eddington? I thought it's a great... I loved it. What did you think of Eddington, Dave?
Haven't seen it because not a big Ari Aster fan. I like Hereditary. There you go. And I'm not a big fan. And the problem is, I recognize that Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor, but I don't like watching him.
Joaquin?
How do you say it?
Joaquin.
Okay, fine. Joaquin Phoenix. I'm not a big fan of looking at him. He's not fun to look at.
It's
I don't enjoy watching him. So two strikes.
North of the Rockies, Dave. This is good. This is a good one.
Okay.
What year did Fangoria start sucking? I haven't read it in years, and I want to avoid the modern bullshit. Well, can I just say that Fangoria stopped publishing along with Starlog, and then it was revived.
Yeah, when they did this whole new revival, when the magazine went up to $20 an issue, that's when I stopped.
It was like a quarterly thing, right?
But the thing is, it also look, even the era where we were featured with Hills, it wasn't the Fangoria that I grew up with. When I was in issue, I think it was 193 for Dead Hate the Living. It was still Fangoria with Tony Timpone as the editor and stuff like that. But I think once Tony Timpone left as editor, that magazine just wasn't the same. It just didn't have the same spirit and things that it did since 79 when it came out.
Look, I totally agree. I mean, people forget that Godzilla was on the cover of 1, Spock was on the cover of 4, R2 and 3PO were on the cover of 6.
Was it 6?
I think 6. And to me, Fangoria did not really start being Fangoria until the Motel Hell cover.
Number 9.
And
then number 10 was Zombie.
And I have to say that of all the periodicals I've ever bought in my life, I think Fangoria might have been my favorite. It might have been the thing that I look forward to. I love Starlog, but
I like Fantastic Films.
I did too, but they didn't have the longevity. And I love Cinefantastic for the reviews.
It had the great stuff in it, great articles too.
Yeah, but the thing was, Fangoria, and they published it. They were really consistent when it came out.
Yeah.
you know, and I've subscribed to it for a while, and I
It
didn't
was
like
something
because
I had to have, like, back in the 80s and the 90s. I had to have every issue. It was very exciting, and
oh yeah,
I
I got it was so. But the funny thing about Fangoria was, as much as they celebrated all the violence and the grew, they had some of the most in-depth articles about the filmmakers and the making of these films and
yeah, they had
the
interviews with the filmmakers, and they absolutely had, they had the set visits and stuff. They had the things that you wanted, and now a lot of the times these things to me are think pieces. They're not
well, they're
like
not
they're
they're
trying,
not they're
it's almost like
judgmental.
it's like they're trying to be Omni or something like that. They're trying to be Fangoria. They're trying to make it classy, and Fangoria was like, it was what it was. It celebrated horror and all its things. And now there wasn't an agenda to the reporters,
Nope.
and there is now.
Well, and the agenda of the people now is ridiculous because it's all self-serving, and it's diametrically opposed to the genre they're covering. I mean,
Well,
the
they
whole
want
thing
to talk
about
about, a lot of the time, from what I see, is like they want to personalize the articles to reflect themselves, and why covering this story and this movie is important to them and their trauma. And I'm like, I'm not interested in that. It's not for
well,
me.
that's like everything. The writers of Star Trek are inserting themselves into the
Right,
writing. There,
right.
no one is right. Here's the thing. Your trauma, whatever it is, I'm sorry it happened to you. I really am. But you know what? Life is about going beyond that. You've had horrible trauma. Let's do better. Like, what are you going to do to exceed your trauma? And what I can't stand is, and by the way, people's trauma compared to the rest of the world
Well, the
and
bottom
what's
line is,
happening.
what the thing is, when you're a reporter and stuff like that, everyone doesn't need to know your trauma. They want to read about the fucking movie.
Well, yeah, and by the way, all of these writers are like, let me tell you here's what I did the morning I got up before I went to the set of Texas
Here's my
Chainsaw Massacre
personal connection to the
27
story,
and
but
blah blah blah.
I don't care about that.
Well, I know, but they write it.
No, no, I agree with you. I was like, I don't care about you writing about that. I want, just give me the fucking
So
story.
Fangoria started for me sucking a long time ago, but I still bought it. I mean, for me, I 300 issues at least, but
I mean, I still, I mean, I
the
get
new
it.
Fangoria is fucking terrible. I wanna love it,
It's
but
bathroom reading
it
where
it,
it
it,
used to be essential reading.
first of all, they're it kills me that they're covering movies that Fangoria had on the cover back in the 80s.
Yeah,
And you have people that I'm supposed to like listen to you. I went there opening night and saw this movie. You don't know what the fuck you are talking about.
I mean,
And you
that's
were
the thing,
looking
guys. It's
at it
like,
through your identity politics
it's
like
like,
from
stop dissecting Nightmare on Elm Street as being this cultural thing when it was just a punk rock little fucking horror movie.
yeah.
And that's what it was. Wes Craven was trying to make a scary fucking movie, and he did it. He wasn't trying to, like, say, I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he was really trying to say all the things that people are saying now about
No,
these.
and he wasn't. And the fact is they don't understand the idea of movies at scale. They
Right.
don't get what it was like because they weren't there. And this is what I can't stand. These people think they know. And what they don't know is what it was when it first came out. They're
It's
writing
fun.
about it. They're thinking about the legend. And look, the John Ford thing, right? If you can't print the truth, print the legend. Okay, that would be fine at the contemporaneously, but you guys, you're writing about something that happened 20 years before you were even fucking born,
No,
and
and
you're
it's just,
trying to sell it. And
yeah,
your
and
own magazine already covered all this. You
yeah,
can
it's a
go back and read it and figure it out.
yeah. I just miss the days when again, there's sort of a lack of fun to the thing too. It's like they take everything so seriously now, and it's like, guys, sometimes it's just a gory horror movie. Give me a break.
Yep. Sorry, I get so angry.
And there's less interesting things to cover and talk about now, and they've become more curated and more. It's like Shudder, which is like the snobby, for the most part, the snobby horror streaming site. But you know what happened there? The curator, the main curator of Shudder, has now become the VP of Blumhouse Atomic Monster.
Well,
And great for
proof
him. Like good, but it's like
proof is
cool.
in the pudding. Let's see what you're gonna make. How much
Yeah.
money are you gonna
But the
make?
thing is, what he doesn't like, you know, I know he doesn't care for Joe Bob Briggs, which is Shudder's most successful thing. It's like he doesn't care about this stuff. He doesn't like that stuff. That's
Well,
not
he
his thing.
didn't grow up. He didn't grow up with the fact that I lived for Joe Bob Briggs every look.
Right.
If you
So
didn't read
so
Joe Bob Briggs' American Ninja review when it first came out, you'll never understand.
no, and that's the problem. So now, and that's the person who's now the VP of development at
Well, Dave,
Atomic
that's the
Monster
people
and
that are making
Blumhouse.
Star Trek. They don't know. The
I
problem
know.
is,
So it's like, you know, what's frustrating, and we can just wrap it up on this. It's like, cool. So it's like, where do, that's the problem. It's like, where did dinosaurs like us fit in? I mean, it's funny. I was talking to someone who watched the new Burbs series with Kiki Palmer. It's not about cannibals living in the neighborhood anymore. It's a kidnapping. And I guarantee you they didn't fucking ask Joe Dante to come back because, oh, that's, well, why would we get this old fuck back? So it's like, you know,
well, the
great.
real question is what
Just
we've
as an
come up with
example.
now, is it better than the original? And here's what I would say. You're remaking something. So your first position should be like, we've been hired because someone felt that we're remaking something of value. So you must go back to first principles and ask yourself, what was it about this that made it timeless or made it transcend? Why would
Right.
somebody buy this remake? No one's asking themselves that question
No,
because
they
everyone
just go,
thinks they know better. Anything in the past, and I'm like, no, I would say that people know less, they've seen less, they've thought about less, and they've learned less now than ever
but they,
before.
but they think they know more.
That's the problem because they have social media, because they're
Right.
getting this. And I would
And
say,
social media, like, guys, is like, I get it. Everyone can stay connected and stuff. I can say this for me personally, being off social media for a month has changed my life for the absolute better.
I'd say that
100%.
too.
100%. But again, but it doesn't change the fact that we're still now in the world is like, well, now you've got these people running this stuff. It's like, well, where do we go? Who knows? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it
Well,
out.
I mean,
There's always going to be some place. We'll figure it out.
yeah, I think the great turning off is coming. I mean,
I mean,
what's
I hope so because because the thing is like there's no truth to any of it on there now. It's all perception of the truth, but none of it is the truth.
well, yeah, but I would say this. I mean, at the end of the day, people want to be happy. People want to be satisfied. They want to have things that enrich their
Yeah,
lives.
but when they're online, what they want to do is they want to brag about how great their thing is, no matter how shitty their life is. Like, oh, look at me, look at me. And it's like, ultimately, I feel that's a sickness. It's a
Yeah,
huge
but
sickness.
Dave, it's not just that. I think like for me, I would say this. I live kind of far away from you. If I could see you every day, we go to lunch every day. I would do that. If I could
Sure.
have lunch every day with Dave Hargrove or Connie
But
Sang, I don't even
count
I don't
this
even
so
know what
much.
Connie's doing. I haven't talked to her in a
I don't
year. I
even
miss
count
her.
this so much as social media. This is us getting to hang out. It's not us like bragging about, oh, how look what I'm eating today. Look how great my day is. Look how great all the things I'm doing are, where our
No,
lives
no.
are, where reality is our lives are fucking falling apart. But no one wants to hear that. And I get it, but it's just, I'm sorry. It's just like none of this is real. And so much of it is fake.
Well,
You
this
know,
show is real. Come on, we're
this
real.
show is real.
But
And
I
thank
know, but I
God.
would say, but yeah, I agree with you. But at the end of the day, like we still have to. We are the world we live in is going through an evolutionary process dealing with social media, which is 20 years, which is a drop in the bucket of human history.
Sure.
Now, as we're rolling into what AI is going to represent in quantum computing in the next 10 years, it's going to be humanity has no idea what's coming. And I kind of wish disclosure would happen. I'd love to believe that AI or aliens have been around forever and that'd be great. I'd love that because I'd be the first guy to sign up to go to their home world or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
But that is based on an assumption or an idea that my life now is not worth enough. And it's not that I don't think that, it's just that, as you know, it's really frustrating to live in a world where we've done all of this stuff and no one will look at us and go, guys, you got to come work for us. You got to make stuff for us.
No, we have
And
to. It's like experience doesn't matter anymore.
no.
It's how many likes do you get, and it's
Well,
just like I'm so the antithesis of that, that I'm probably doomed, but I keep trying, and that's all I
yeah,
can say.
it's insane because I mean, given the choice, if like I've often said, like Warner Brothers did start a new company that's supposed to be like Blumhouse, but it's got a broader reach. I'd call them up and go, "We already made a movie for you. We should make a sequel to The Hills Run Red,
Or
and we can do it for $7
if
million."
or if nothing else, just meet with us about all the other ideas we have.
Right. But the thing is, we've already now.
No,
I would say,
but I know, but what I'm saying is like dot and limit as to is like, oh well, we should do a sequel. It's like, look, we're creative people.
look, dude. I'm not saying we. I'm
We've
saying that
proven that we can do this.
yes, but we've
So
already
anyway,
made that movie, and I'm trying to think of how do you get in there. The
no,
fact is, we do a
I
sequel, and then
understand.
if it
I
goes
understand.
well, then we
No,
make
I get
something new.
that, but I get, but it's like, but we aren't going to get that opportunity because that movie might as well have been made in the silent era.
Okay, but here's the thing: they don't know. The fact is, the movie came out, it did this stuff, and then it was picked up by Scream Factory. Now it's out of print. They don't know.
No,
They don't know. The fact is, it's a Warner Brothers IP. It costs them a drop in the bucket. We go, we need $8 million or $10 million. That's 2 episodes of a streaming series.
Oh,
We
no, I
want to
know.
make a sequel to a film that you are going to put up on your new whatever thing, and we're going to go do this. We're going to make it for you. Why not? Why not? All we have to do is go, this is the thing. We know better. And all these people don't. And the fact is, we can go in, we don't own it, but we can go in and go, look, you do. You own it.
Right.
We're the people that made it. We developed it. We brought it to Warner Bros. We have a sequel in mind. Here's what we want to do. Why not? You know, this is a new division at Warner Brothers.
Get the
I mean,
meeting,
you already
man.
had Warner Archive. Let's
people,
do it. Or Warner
got
Premiere.
people, you got people who are in the know.
Yeah.
Get a meeting.
I would say, well, I'm going to.
Cool.
I'm going to.
I'm ready.
Like I did the first time. I'm
right.
like, let's just go. I got Dave Parker, and he's going to use AI and make a trailer. And, dude, we don't have to shoot shit now. You make a trailer right now. By the way, go do it. Go. You know what? Here, right now, I'm tasking you. The rivers run red, not the hills run more red.
The hills still run red.
No, the rivers run black. Change it. You gotta make it. The hills run red, the rivers run black because everything that happened in the hills.
Why do they run black?
Because everything that happened in the hills running red went downstream.
It went to the shit. Gotcha.
Yes, and by the way, Alexa can canon
No.
We will recast.
Oh, okay, good.
No, recast. Fuck you. You haven't done shit. We're not hiring you to come back. You've dissed us. Fuck you. We treated you very, very well. Alexa Kincannon's now Jodie fucking Foster directing.
She's
Whatever.
Nell. She's Nell.
Well, whatever she is. I mean, that's the whole thing. She's got to be like, she's now conquering the can when we make it a big fucking. You know what? Scout could write that shit. By the way, same writer, same thing. Be great. Let's do it.
All right, cool. Done.
Come on. The Hills Run Red, The Rivers Run Black, the 2-pack box set, 4K from Turbine.
I want this dream for you.
No, I want it for you, so you can direct it and I can produce it.
Okay. Let's.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk about this seriously.
The Hills Run Red, The Rivers.
And if we
Run
can't
Black.
get Sadler back, we'll get Ray Fiennes because he's our Sadler replacement.
No, Sadler's no.
He's dead anyway.
He's
so.
James Remar in. We gotta have. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Bill Sadler's General Dawes in my
in True Noir.
True Noir, the assassination of Anton Cermak. In a world, Dave, I gotta go to bed. It's 3:00 in the morning.
I know you have a show to do soon. So, all right, guys.
By the way, I lost some super chats, some generous super chats. Send them to me. By the way, send me your super chats if you didn't hear them read. Write Midnight Metal lost super chats in the subject headline and write it to me at RM Burnett. So capital RMBURNETT 1701 at gmail.com. I will read them. I'm doing a viewer mail stream tomorrow night.
Super show.
Because I got some. By the way, some people have written me some banger letters. So
I bet. I hopefully guys write us letters. Besides Castle Grayskull, can't be love letters. Just write some. Well,
has she ever sent you salacious photos?
No.
Oh, really?
No. It's okay. I guess she doesn't like it much. So we'll see you.
No, it's all about conviction. You gotta show us conviction.
We'll see you in 2 weeks, guys. In 2 and 2, as Chuck Woolery used to say. In 2 and 2.
2 and 2. Love 2 weeks. All right, guys. Dave. Great to see you. Always a pleasure.
Good show.
Hang on 1 second. I do want. There's one place I didn't look in tips. There is a Putsch 44 tip. Is there anything more metal than Don Johnson's Harry Maddox? The Hotspot taught me a thing or two as a kid. Okay. Let me just talk about it. Dennis Hopper directed the Hotspot. Miles Davis, John Lee Hooker did the score. I saw that with a friend of mine who I work with, who she and I had a very push-pull relationship at Warner Brothers. She and I went to the DGA to see the Hotspot, which, but I don't have it within arm's length. If you guys have not seen Dennis Hopper's The Hotspot, you have to see it. And I will say this. There is a scene when Jennifer Connelly in 1990, 1988, 89, bears her breasts. The entire audience, men and women, I've never experienced this before. I was at the DGA. Everyone, as soon as her breasts were revealed, everyone went, they all breathed in because they saw the perfect, the most amazing, the most
sumptuous,
bodacious tatas, as Keith or David Keith would say in An Officer and a Gentleman. Like Lisa Blount, rest in peace. Bodacious tatas. In the DGA, everybody went, because the beauty, the striking nature of those bodacious tatas was not to be denied. The Hotspot is an amazing film. And by the way, shout out to Radiance, who has put out, actually, Kino Lorber has, but Radiance did a beautiful transfer as well. I have it right over here. It's fantastic. Just saying. So,
And on that note,
well, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's we got everybody done.
okay.
So, if we
All right.
missed a few of those early on because I don't know what happened, I take
Yeah.
full responsibility. Write into me, rmburnett1701 at gmail.com. If you want to send an email to me and we'll read it on the show, or I'll forward it to Dave, and just don't make it a weird incantation where he ceases to exist.
Yeah,
But
please. Not anything else but
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Dave, I bid you farewell.
Have a great night. Have a good morning. Have a great week, guys. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
I will
In
see
2 and 2.
you in 9 hours at Let's Get Physical Media.
Woo, with one Dieter Bastian.
Dieter Bastian, the trash panda, the man, the myth, the legend.
You got to find out what trash, what gobbledygook, what amazing stuff he's managed to grab.
More than I have this
For
week.
this week.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But we'll see. I mean, oh my God.
My
That's
God.
what the Burnettwork does for you people. Thank you for being members. Member call next week. We'll have a good time. I mean,
Thanks for sticking around, guys.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Long chat. But it was
Long
good.
time. All right. Good night, guys.
All right, we're off, dude. We are off. That was a good show, though.